Shalom Israel. Hope everybody's doing well today. We're back at it this Shabbat. It's lucky we're a little later than normal starting class, but we had to talk about some things in the back before we got started in class. Let's get these prayers up real quick and get going from there. Matter of fact, before we go into the prayers, shout out Kyle Cobb and his congregation in Guatemala. Shout out Zaki Stream of Wisdom, Quadzak in Houston Stream of Wisdom, and Zion in Rochester, New York Stream of Wisdom. Hope your brothers doing well today. Keeping the fight, staying strong, making sure our priority is teaching this word and getting this word out. And with that, we're going to send our prayers up. Majim, Punya, Yerushalayim. Everybody else do that. Rakta Yahweh B'Shem Yahshad.
Rakta Yahweh B'Shem Yahshad.
Ha-ha-wa-ha. Nukul-Nanawa. Awar. Zayawam. Tawada.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shad, that gives to us the light this day. Thank you. So be it.
Rakta Yahweh B'Shem Yahshad.
Rakta Yahweh B'Shem Yahshad.
Ha-ha-wa-ha. Nukul-Nanawa. Rayak. Tawada.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shad, that gives to us sweet savor. Thank you. So be it.
Imagine Wapanya Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Okay. Rakta Yahweh B'Shem Yahshad. Ha-ha-wa. Nukul-Nanawa. Ha-Shabbat. Shalom.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shad, that gives to us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you. So be it.
Okay. Psalms 121. Anasha, Ayanyamya, Ahoyam, Ma'aya, Yabu'a, Isaiah, Yabu'a, Ma, Yahweh, Sha'isha, Shemayim, Wa'aratiza, La'a, Yanathan, Lamawat, Regalia, Yala'a, Nawam, Shashamaya, Ana, Yala'a, Nawam, Wala'a, Yashan, Shashawamar, Yashrala, Yahweh, Shemoya, Yahweh, Cesaria, Ayel, Yanyamya, Yad, Hashemash, Yala'a, Hakaya, Bayawam, Wala'a, Halabana, Balayilab, Yahweh, Yashemoya, Makol, Rai, Yashemor, Napasha, Yahweh, Yashemor, Awalakia, Wabu'aya, Ma'aitha,
Aman. Psalms 121 in English. I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from Yahweh, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Yasha'Allah shall neither slumber nor sleep. Yahweh is thy keeper. Yahweh is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Yahweh shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. Yahweh shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, and even forevermore. Aman.
Israelite Credo. Shema Yasharana, Yahweh, Eloheinu, Yahweh, Echad. Shema Yasharana, Yahweh, Eloheinu, Yahweh, Echad. Shema Yasharana, Yahweh, Eloheinu, Yahweh, Echad.
Deuteronomy chapter 6 verse 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our power is one Lord.
Lord's Prayer. Abnewa, Shabbat Shemayim, Kodash, Hayah, Shemka, Yahweh, Malak Wafka, Wala'ah, Haviyanoah. What is that word? I'm sorry. I'm starting again. Abnewa, Shabbat Shemayim, Kodash, Hayah, Shemka, Malak Wafka. I'm messing up. One more time. 3 times the charm. Abinah, Shabbat Shemayim, Kodash, Hayah, Shemka, Yahweh, Malak Waska, Zabah, Ratazaka, Hayah, Aisha, Barataza, Kawa, Hayah, Bashemayim, Nethalano, Lachom, Kol, Yawam, Basalachano, Shalbakino, Basalachano, Shalbakino, Wala'ah, Debiano, Walasawad, Abo, Hawashano, Mayed, Rai, Kayed, Lakah, Amalakwa, Waha'ala, Wahatapara, Wa'ai
Amen. Lord's Prayer in English. Matthew chapter 6, verse 9. After this manner, therefore, pray ye, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen. Ten Commandments. La'ah, Yahaya, Lakah, Alahaya, Achaya, Ayah, Panya.
Thou shalt have no other power before me.
2. La'ah, Ta'inah, Lakah, Pesah, Wala'ah, Ta'ibah.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3. La'ah, Talach Shem, Yahweh, Bashawah.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
4. Zakor, Hayawam, Hashabat, Lakodashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabad, Abaka, Yamaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'ah, Ratazah.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7. La'ah, Tana'ah.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'ah, Taganah.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'ah, Ta'inah, Shakwar.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'ah, Fachamat, Kol, Asherah, La'alaika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahushai. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Israel Yeshavim.
Israel seated.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So we'll kind of like give a little recap of last week. Last week we were in the stretch run of the completion of the temple, not the temple, but the completion of the walls. And in the middle of the completion of the walls, everybody hit a brick wall because there was no more corn. Everybody was financially unstable. And a lot of people, the leadership and the elites, were taking advantage of the poor with predatory loans and exploiting the time that Israel was coming together and sacrificing for the good of the body. Okay, once Nehemiah got the information, he sat back and did the right thing. He chastised the elites for their exploitation tactics, their predatory loans, their predatory lending. Then he sat back here, and to break that cycle of exploitation, he came out of his own pocket and covered the people's needs for the corn and their supplies, and tried to help the debt or cover the debt of as many situations of people as he could. His only request to these elite was to eliminate the interest fees off of these people. And Nehemiah's money was going to sit back here and buy back the slaves that the damn elites were putting the young people in. He was like, man, we're sitting back here all throughout the world trying to buy back slaves to these nations, and you're going to make our own people slaves? So Nehemiah did everything he could to help cover everybody financially out of his own finances, out of his own income for the people. And that's how he led from the front constantly. And that was chapter 5 just showing how negative and how exploitative our people can be, but that the power of strong examples can always overcome that greed and that selfishness that's embedded in our nation. Okay. Now we're in chapter 6, and the title of this class is called Snakes in the Grass. And the class will explain that there's snakes in the grass. I was debating if I was going to do Snakes in the Grass or that song Smiling Faces. Smiling faces, sometimes they don't tell the truth.
Snakes in the Grass is a song.
It ain't no, it's a hip hop song, and that's what it is. Some King Von stuff, some crazy, even worse. No, I'm messing with you. Listen, I'm trying to keep it classy, man.
Yeah.
But Snakes in the Grass, Smiling Faces, that's kind of the theme of what we're going to be reading about now. Because at this particular point, we're going to read that the temple was completed. I keep saying temple. Salakia. The walls are completed. Now we're going to sit back here and see how the nations responded to the fact that the walls were completed and the tactics that they used to still try to wipe out Nehemiah. Because when the way the nations were looking is, okay, the walls being built is the first of a multiple domino type of situation happening. Because they're looking at the rebuilding of the walls is the beginning of Israel rebuilding themselves as a world power, or at least a regional power.
Yeah, striking fear in them.
Striking fear in the head governor, which was Sanballat, which is of Samaria, and all the surrounding territory. They're like, okay, these guys got a wall. Now they can hunker down and make life difficult for us. And this guy, Nehemiah, has shown he has the wherewithal to get things done. So it's just a matter of time that he starts to gear up weapons, gear up supplies to make attacks against people in the region. This is how they're thinking. So they're like, okay, the wall's done, but he's still a threat. I just want to set the tone of how the nations were looking at Nehemiah's works.
And if you look at Ezra initiating the temple building, around 515, you get to the walls around 444. So it might not have been an overnight process, but they can see progression in about a 60-year span.
Yep.
They're watching this thing go from being a broke down, burnt out, rubble-ish temple to actually being a temple, worshiping the Most High is back instituted, and the altar is back set up. And then now you have walls. So now you're watching a slowly rebuilt kingdom coming back from nothing.
Yep.
And people don't like this. An enemy don't want to see a comeback story.
Because the next thing is they don't get an army.
Yep.
You start getting an army, now there's a problem.
You got walls, you got army.
Exactly. You get weapons, you're going to sit back and now make yourself an industrial power. Now you're a threat. How can we stifle this threat? Okay? So this is the theme of what's going on, which is going to continue in this chapter. So, Nehemiah chapter 6, Kariah, let's get started, sir.
Kariah, Shah Shabbatah, Banashah, Banashah.
Kariah, Shah Shabbatah, Banashah, Banashah, and much. Yahweh Hashem Yahshua B'Katah.
Yahweh Hashem Yahshua B'Katah.
Shalom, everybody online. We're going to get rolling, rocking and rolling. Hope everybody's doing well. But let's start Nehemiah chapter 6, verse 1, Kariah.
Nehemiah chapter 6 and verse 1. Now it came to pass when Sanballat and Tobiah.
Tobiah is the Ammonite. Sanballat is the Samaritan. And we know the Samaritans are not Israelites at this time. Their origin is from the Persian Empire, or this Persian people. That was where their originations were. Okay? So, the head governor, Sanballat of the region, Tobiah, read on.
And Geshem, the Arabian.
So now we have Geshem is in here. Geshem and the Arabian. They operated obviously in that Arabian Peninsula. Read on.
And the rest of our enemies heard that I had builded the wall, and that there was no breach left therein.
The wall was literally 8 feet thick, 40 feet high. That's legitimate. That's a damn problem. And it's in like a valley. So all these weapons of war have to go downhill. Then you got 40 feet up. It's very difficult to get around this perimeter. Okay? So now this thing is completed. 2.5 miles long. 2.5 miles long, 40 feet high, 8 feet deep. This is legit. Okay? So it's complete. Read on.
It says, and that there was no breach left therein, though at that time I had not set up the doors upon the gates.
Now listen, he still didn't make those doors. He didn't make 40-foot damn wood doors. That's a damn legitimate issue too.
That's a task.
That's a damn task. I'm going to see if I got an image still of yeah. All these little squares are the areas where there needs to be gates. All around the perimeter. Okay? Whether it's up top, it's shoot, my eyes bad. The tower, there are towers and gates that have to be constructed. Okay? That are all around the wall. Those squares, all those squares.
How many gates was it? 18 gates?
There was a lot of gates,
I think
bro.
It was 18 gates.
A lot of exactly a lot of gates and a lot of towers. Well, the towers were complete because he said anything where gates were needed to get done. So 18 gates. That's a lot of damn wood. A lot of work still needed to get done, but the brunt of the work was complete. Okay, so it was a major accomplishment in 52 days. And it came as a sacrifice for everybody. Everybody had to chip in and lose to get this thing accomplished. Read on.
Verse 2. That Sanballat and Geshem said unto me, saying, Come, let us meet together in some one of the villages in the plain of Ono.
Now listen. Now they're saying, okay. Now they're establishing the want and the need to bring up Nehemiah and have a talk with him. Let's have a talk with him, and let's come to the plain of Ono and have a conversation about what your plans are later. The plains of Ono is in the Tyre and Zidon region. Okay, the plains of Ono is because Tyre and Zidon is northwest, right off the water. Okay. So the plains are around that area where the Tyre and Zidonians live.
Ancient Phoenicia.
Ancient Phoenicia. That's where they want Nehemiah to meet and have this air quote talk. Okay? So read verse 2 again.
Nehemiah chapter 6 verse 2. That Sanballat and Geshem said unto me, saying, Come, let us meet together in some one of the villages in the plain of Ono. But they thought to do me mischief.
Listen. Why? And first of all, Nehemiah was wise. Why would these people who've been threatening to kill me this entire time and kill us for the construction of this wall now want to come for peace? It just didn't make any damn sense. Hold this verse. What made sense is this. Zechariah chapter 13 and verse 7. This what makes sense. And Nehemiah was in the right spirit to be conscious and look at things like this. Really?
13
7.
Zechariah chapter 13 and verse 7. Awake, O sword, against my shepherd, and against the man that is my fellow, saith the Lord of hosts. Smite the shepherd, and the sheep shall be scattered, and I will turn my hand upon the little ones.
Listen, the understanding is, if you smite the shepherd, if you take down the head, if you take down the leader, everybody else is going to fall in place. This was still about setting up regime change. Listen, the plan and idea of regime change is as old as the ancient times. The damage is done. The walls are put together. Now they are a force to be reckoned with. But if I can regime change you, we can manage this wall situation and keep the nation in subjection to us. Why do you keep hearing about the fact that Russia is in dire need of regime change. Russia is the number one threat to the United States. And they're like, listen, their weaponry, their technical prowess in war, they're highly competitive, and a lot of the weaponry they have is beating ours, is outclassing ours. Like, okay, these guys have natural resources. They're self-sustaining. These sanctions haven't worked. Then how can we sit back here and keep them subjugated?
Yep.
We got to sit back here and get some kind of regime change. We got to sit back here and do some kind of coup attempt, bomb major parliamentary buildings. What do we have to do to subjugate them, despite them being at the very least equals to us? At the very least. But that's debatable in a lot of different arenas.
And BRICS just came out with they're about to start using their BRICS currency that they just came out with. Was going to change the dynamic of
trade and making money in the region.
Yep.
So they're a threat economically, militarily, and technically. And they've removed themselves from the need of the petrodollar. So this is an independent nation. How do we break them? The best way to break them, whether we notice or not, in a lot of different countries, they have opposition leaders that are backed by the United States waiting to be interjected into these countries once coups happen. For instance, in Venezuela, there is a lady that has been banned from running in the political offices because of shady dealings that she has a history of doing and her relationship with the United States. So what does she do? She has a gentleman, I forgot the guy's name, that was in opposition to Maduro, but she's just a puppet of this lady that's connected to the United States. And it's an oppositional force that's ready to swoop in if the country is weak and there's regime change. All throughout the world, Lukashenko in Belarus, his opposition is a female that's living and stationed and financed in Estonia, which is the border of Belarus. And all they're waiting for, they've been trying to sit back and do different color revolutions, like the denim revolution, and all these different coup attempts to take out the leadership, and they're ready to bring in a Belarusian opposition that will come in and operate and make moves that's pro-United States. This is the way of the world now. There was just literally a coup in Bangladesh, which is the neighbor of India, that has a United States-backed leader that they're going to put inside after the leader of Bangladesh got ousted and was running and going into a damn chopper and getting the hell out of Dodge. This is the way of how nations are built and how nations are sustained and how power is maintained without, U.S. forces being in every country around the globe. Regime change, take out the head and install a new head that thinks like us and operates on our behalf. Their thinking is if we can bribe and finance one person, we can control an entire economy off of financing one person. It's more economically sound, and it's all under the guise of the NED, National Endowment of Democracy, U.S. Fund, all these different NGOs that back oppositional leadership around the world. I'm just trying to explain that what's happening in Nehemiah chapter 6 happens around the world now. Regime change. Hell, even Russia right now has been talking about regime change of Vladimir Putin. I mean, not Vladimir Putin, but Russia is trying to regime change Zelensky. So what they want to do is sit back here and take Zelensky out and put in a Ukrainian-born ruler that will sit back here and lead Ukraine, but have Russia's interest at heart. Yes.
I gotta read this quote. This quote is from Adolf Hitler, all right? And I believe it's like 1939. He said, demoralize the enemy from within by surprise, terror, sabotage, assassination. This is the war of the future. The whole idea of sitting armies over here and setting up trenches is a archaic concept.
It's archaic because it makes the nation that's doing it look like the aggressor. There's a scripture that talks about the beast, and it says the world wondered after the beast.
Mm-hmm.
It's in Revelations. The world wondered. Why did the world wonder after America? Because their question was, how in the hell did the United States maintain global dominance over the entire world? How did the United States sit back here, bully, destroy, and control and manipulate global affairs and be a what is? I'm trying to think of the name of the empire of an empire that is they're a conquering empire. How did the United States maintain being a conquering empire and still look like the good guy? That's the wonder. How did the U.S. sit back here and have global control over the entire world, but the majority of the world looked at the United States as the good guys, as the place to be, the symbol of freedom? Because that's what democracy was pushed as. We have to push democracy over these evil and wicked commies, over these wicked countries that are trying to operate like communist Russia. When the funny thing is, most of these countries that the United States was attacking and destroying weren't even communists. They were socialist. And socialist, all socialism is, in one word, is we're going to nationalize, especially for smaller countries. Socialism is we're going to nationalize our natural resources. So that means we're not going to make it a global free market. We're not going to let Exxon, Shell, and all these oil companies come in, bringing in their machinery, and start pumping in our land. No, we're going to sit back and buy our own machines, pump our own oil, and send it out to you. Then they said, okay, if you're going to sit back here and be socialist and nationalize your product, then we're going to call you communists. And we're going to create a narrative and say you're destroying the people and you're not giving your people freedoms. So then we're going to come in here, wipe you out, bring CIA coups, because that's what the Dulles brothers, the heads of the CIA in the 40s and 50s did. They sat back here, I would say the 50s and 60s, around that time, after World War II. Their job was to come in here and go to all these Central and South American countries, pillage them, take all the natural resources under the name of we're bringing democracy to Guatemala. We're bringing democracy to Peru, Panama, all these different countries. That was how they built empires. And and what everybody was wondering is how in the hell they were able to sit back here and globally dominate the entire world under the name of freedom and democracy. Okay? It was by regime change and obviously propaganda. But what am I trying to say? To get their way, taking the head out. And what they were doing is, you ever see like in the 80s, especially in the 80s, all these leaders of all these countries, they always had their U.S. suits on. It was for their country. They had all these suits and these uniforms and all these different credentials. And all these guys were the heads of their countries. You remember that back in the 80s and 90s? Whether it was the heads of Chile and all these different infrastructures, all these guys, even, what was the guy, they ended up throwing him in jail for the cartel, the drugs.
Oliver North?
Huh? No. Well, no, it was before El Chapo. It was, come on, War. It was in Panama.
You know some 100 favors?
Huh?
Real Noriega?
Yeah, Noriega. General Noriega.
Yeah.
He was a CIA asset in the past. They brought in Noriega to take out the leader of Panama, who was a good guy, who was trying to take his natural resources and protect his people. And they replaced him with Noriega. But there was a lot of guys like him that was put in charge over these countries, and they had these military uniforms, and these military badasses, but they got trained in the United States. and they were prepping them for the coup. So they came in, had military training, background. They were trained how to riot control. They were taught how to keep crowds at bay and under control. And they were given the power, money, resources to put these countries in order, even though they were protesting the coups.
Secret wars.
It was secret wars, but then Noriega, when he got to the point where he stopped listening, we take him out. It was the same thing with Libya. With Gaddafi. He was a CIA asset. But what he did is he used the CIA asset to build his country up. Then when he stopped locking in and playing ball, they kill him. Same thing with Saddam Hussein.
But Iran too.
With Saddam Hussein. They used Saddam Hussein in front of him to weaken and break down Iran. And then when he stopped playing ball, they switch and they kill him. This has been going on. Same thing with Oppo in Afghanistan. I'm forgetting names. Bin Laden. This guy was a CIA asset. He was praised by the U.S. and the media about how the Mujahideen wipes out and protected their freedom against the Russians and the Soviets. And then when they stop playing ball, we gotta kill them.
Paint you as the axis of evil.
But before you're the axis of evil, you're a liberator. And that's how they use you. That's been going on from the beginning. So regime change, using puppets with military backgrounds, was how they were able to conquer the world without physically putting an Edomite man in the country. That's how it was going down. Okay. Then they did do it to Iran. Before, I'm going to say they did it to Iran in the 50s. What was that guy's name?
Ayatollah?
No. Before Ayatollah Khomeini. Because before, they weren't even Islamic. They weren't even Islamic before.
Arabia?
No, Iran.
The Shah.
Before that, they wiped out the head of Iran. Gosh damn, these names, man. If I don't keep reading them, I forget them.
He was a friend of the Egyptian president,
Gamal Nasser.
Gamal Nasser.
But it started with an M. And they wiped him out because he nationalized his oil. This has been going on from the beginning. So what's happening with Nehemiah is Nehemiah is being asked to come to this meeting in Ono, in Tyre and Zidon, with the same purpose to kill him, wipe him out, and bring somebody else in. We're going to read later on, and we read earlier, that Israel had relationships with these Samaritans. So they can just sit back and put in a person that they have a relationship with.
Favorable.
And bring him in and let him rule and be the governor. Because they had previous governors that had relations with the Samaritans. That's all they're trying to attempt is regime change and bring in somebody that's favorable and will give them sweetheart deals that they can keep the nation under control. Let me bribe one guy so he can keep an eye on the entire nation for me. So what's happening is Nehemiah smells the plot. He smells the angle, but he also understands about leadership and his position. Hold that and go to Proverbs 29 and 18.
Okay. Proverbs chapter 29 and verse 18. Where there is no vision, the people perish. But he that keepeth the law, happy is he.
When there is no, it was Mossadegh, Muhammad Mossadegh. He was the guy that was the Iranian politician. Mossadegh got killed. Anyway, where it says where no vision is, read that again.
Proverbs chapter 29 and verse 18. Where there is no vision, the people perish.
So listen, the nations know this. If I can take the head that has the vision and the strength and level the people out, they're going to fall apart. Whether it's Muhammad Mossadegh in Iran in the 50s, whether it's the gentleman, the president of, I'm going to go find his name, president of Guatemala in the 1950s, same thing. These names, I got to keep, it was Jacobo Arbenz. Arbenz was the head of Guatemala and he wanted to nationalize his fruit, nationalize the vegetables of their country. But guess who had their hands in Guatemala? United Fruit. Who owned United Fruit? The Bush family.
The Bush family.
Exactly. So what they do? They took out our bins to make sure that they got cheap rates on the fruit. Whether it's fruit, it's oil, it's lithium, it's parts for cell phones, you name it. These countries are being toppled to get sweetheart deals on their natural resources, so they don't have to, so that Esau doesn't have to be the middleman or the buyer. They can get it at cheap rates so they can make their income.
Mexico is now starting to nationalize their minerals. They're ousting a lot of companies, global companies, coming into Mexico off the shore, drilling oil. You know, they found silver and cobalt in Mexico, in northern Mexico.
They want it. They want that cobalt out.
Yeah, they want that cobalt.
And then if you sit back and read, most of these coups in Haiti also, no doubt about it. In all these countries, these coups and this fighting for power at the top is all about the struggle between presidents and leaders that want to keep their listen, your natural resources, all you got to keep your country stable, to feed your people. The only leverage, the Most High gave every country their natural resources so they can sustain and eat. It's in every nation's best interest to nationalize their products and sell them at market rate prices. But these nations that are in power don't want to buy this product at market rate. Because if they buy it at market rate, people aren't going to buy it in the States. They're not going to buy it in Europe. They're not going to buy it in Russia. So what do they got to do? I'm going to let me cut this middleman out, and let me cut the supplier out. Let me bring my facilities into their place, so let me pay them to extract the minerals and bring them to us so we can develop it. When they cut out the middleman and the supplier, they make all the profit. And that's what world conquest is all about.
Yep.
It's that in a nutshell. And there's nations that are trying to get out from being dirt poor and operating in themselves, their nation, in poverty. They're fighting to nationalize their product. There's a reason that, remember the Clintons came to Haiti many years ago in the 90s or early 2000s after this crazy earthquake? It came off, it was masked and painted that they came to Haiti for our little Haiti boys and girls that experienced the trauma in the earthquake. What they don't tell you is massive gold reserves were found once the earthquake hit. They came to check out this damn gold. There'd be gold in them there heroes.
Yep.
So they went to see about this gold and how they can extract it, but under the guise that we're here to check out the devastation
of philanthropy
of the country. That's what's happening. Listen, China's doing it, JoJo. China, Russia, America. The only difference between the three, there is a saying. When China comes to Africa to steal your product, they'll at least give you
infrastructure.
You get a hospital. You'll get a hospital, and you'll get roads. You'll get trains.
You get power plants.
No. Power plants is Russia.
Yeah.
Russia give you power plants. China will probably a nuclear facility if you want it.
Electrical grid.
Electrical grid. So China give you some infrastructure, give you a hospital, and give you some railroad work. America gives you the worst of all the deals. They give you the worst. That's why these foreign countries are going to China and Russia. It's not that they're not exploiting them either. They are exploiting them. But they're bringing them something of value to help them more than the United States is. Or the EU. Because what they're doing is they're taking your product and making you a debt slave in perpetuity. Russia's going to make you a debt slave. China will too. But they give you a better deal. The whole world is doing it. The whole world is doing it. That's the issue. So, Where there's no vision, the people perish. You take out the head and the leader, and then all the fight is wiped out from the rest of the nation. There's certain leaders that bring hope. Maduro. Listen, they've been going at Maduro in Venezuela. You know why? Because Maduro is not giving up his oil. He's not nationalizing his oil. He's keeping it, and he's going to sell it on the open market at price, at market value. And they don't want that. Esau can accept Russia selling their oil at market value. They can accept the European countries and China sell their stuff at market value, but they'll be damned if they let some damn niggas go out here and sell their product for market value. They'll be damned if they let Africa or Haiti or these foreign countries sit back and gain some type of stability. They're not going to let that happen. And that's why coups happen all the time. The only game is the gig is up and people are catching on to how they're doing it. Anyway, so with that being said, this is the thinking behind what's happening with Nehemiah. Last verse, Nehemiah, on this part, Ecclesiasticus in the Apocrypha. Ecclesiasticus chapter 12, verse 9 through 12 and 16. Ecclesiasticus in the Apocrypha, chapter 12, 12 verse 9 through 12. Let's read that.
Ecclesiastes chapter 12, verse 9. In the prosperity of a man, enemies will be grieved.
He says, in the prosperity of a man, enemies will be grieved. Isn't that what's happening?
God.
Their neighbors are pissed that the Jews are prospering. They're coming up. They're structuring their walls. They're protecting themselves. They're galvanizing themselves together. Okay, read on.
But in the adversity, even a friend will depart.
Con.
Never trust thine enemy, for like as iron rusteth.
As iron rust, it is inevitable that iron is going to rust.
No matter what you do.
No matter what you do, iron will rust. And just as inevitable as iron rusting, so is what?
So is his wickedness.
Your enemy's wickedness towards you. And your enemy's ill deeds that are being planned against you. It's inevitable.
Matter of time.
So it's a matter of, because it's a matter of time, I can't just fall into these guys' wiles. Just because I want to save face and be nice. Because what would it benefit Nehemiah to go and meet them? What good's going to come out of it?
There was no added value.
You know they don't want you there. Then you know they made it clear you're an enemy. Then why am I going to talk to an enemy knowing nothing good's going to come out of it?
This has happened in history before.
Huh?
Not before the time period of Nehemiah, but it's been happening in history when we have meetings with these so-called friends, quote-unquote friends, they were put to death.
That's in Maccabees.
Yeah.
The Maccabees, after Judas died,
Jonathan got caught.
I think it was Jonathan or Simon. I always forget. It's one of those two. Tried to go the diplomatic route. They got cornered and got killed. It happened all the time. Or there was times we let the Greeks come into our city on the Sabbath day. They came in and took us over because we couldn't fight on the Sabbath. Just the reality of why play games with these nations knowing they don't have our best interests at heart. What's been happening in the world is, I don't know if y'all are kind of updated on what's happening in Kursk. Kursk is in Russia, right? And the Ukrainians came in and stormed Russia and Russian territory and have occupied a portion of Kursk. Now that's one thing. What they don't tell you is that leading up to this situation, Ukraine has been sending out feelers that they want some peace. Okay? And they've been working through back channels through China and India, which are major BRICS allies of Russia, to come around and convince Putin to soften up on the idea that they want peace and let's consider some ways to have peace with the Ukrainians. So Putin, in consideration to his allies of India and China, had softened up to the idea of peace. And as soon as he softened up to the ideas of peace, what's Ukrainian doing? They're sitting back here and attacking Kursk. And their purpose of attacking Kursk is to subdue the nuclear power plant in Kursk.
Yep.
Because and their goal of subduing the nuclear power plant in Kursk, which they haven't gotten to, they're like 100 miles from it. But the purpose of getting it would be to now we can negotiate because we have leverage.
Yeah,
but we have leverage, so we want you to give up Zaporozhye, which is a nuclear power plant in Ukraine, which can power their country up.
Because winter's coming.
And the winter's coming. Well, winter's coming, and Ukraine's power grid is at 25% capacity. That's not working. That means you're having rolling blackouts all around the damn country all day long. So you might have power 3 hours of the day, 4 hours of the day, and it's got to cut off because the power's got to go over here. Then it's got to go over there. Then it's got to go over here. That rolling blackout process you can't do when it's 10 degrees outside and it's freezing cold.
And you only got one gas pipeline left.
And that's the thing. So now Ukraine is trying to sit back here and flex. The sad thing is they never got to the power plant, and the entire power plant is fortified and protected now. And they can't get there, so all they can do is fan out and hunker down in hopes that they can get some more supplies and they can survive this. Well, Russia's about to sit back here and really put it on them. What am I trying to say? Putin said, you know what? Because y'all are playing this game, no deals. I don't even want to sit and talk with this guy no more. I don't want to talk no more. Ain't no talking, ain't no peace. I'm busting this dude's ass now. That's what he's saying now. I'm done with you. You want to play these sneak games and act like you really want to come in peace? And now you want to play a move like this to enhance your leverage in negotiations when the peace talks hit?
There was some deception.
It's all deception. Because now Ukraine wants... So listen, Ukraine is giving up all their resources in these other regions to go fortify Kursk, but they have nothing left in their lines. I keep telling people, Ukraine is the size of Texas. Can you imagine covering all the borders of Texas, all around Texas?
It's not going to happen.
You know how hard it is? You know how many people you need to supply border protection all around the state of Texas? You know how big Texas is? How many masses of people you need?
Ask Greg Abbott, the governor, how hard it is to keep the border closed. There's not enough border patrol to keep the border closed.
You have to have just military on deck, and Ukraine's only covering the east and the south. It's massive.
And it wouldn't benefit Ukraine to sabotage that power plant because that's their source of power too. And then also, that would create another Chernobyl.
But, they don't care. You know what's crazy? At Zaporozhye, they were bombing their own place. And Russia was like, okay, let me bring in, I forgot the 3 or 4 letter word, nuclear inspection company from NATO to come and see what's going on. They saw it in their national response to it is, there needs to stop being fighting over there.
Yeah,
they don't want to say
y'all might actually blow something up.
They're saying that, but they don't want to say the Russians weren't doing it and it was Ukrainians. The Ukrainians were sitting back here. They were trying to shoot bombs and attack it and blame it on Russia. They were trying to pull a Nero. Remember Nero sat back during Rome and burnt up his city and said it was the Christians?
Yeah.
They're doing false flags. What do you think on the bombing of Pearl Harbor was? It was a false flag to get into the war. Same thing is happening here. They're trying. They say, okay, you got Zaporozhye. We're going to bomb Zaporozhye. We're going to blame it on you as a pretext to get NATO into this war.
Yep.
And now we can't get to Kursk. We got to blow it up. So now in Zaporozhye and in Kursk, they're having to sit back and power down their nuclear capability as low as possible to help prevent any attacks that might come into that area.
Yeah, because they got 4 nuclear reactors. They shut down 2, and then they put they close 1 completely, and then they're only using 1 of them, and they're only using that one at half capacity, just in case there's a nuclear meltdown. Because what they're doing is playing with fire right now, trying to sabotage infrastructure, but they only gonna hurt themselves. But what they're saying is, if we can't have it, nobody can have it. That's the game Ukraine is playing. We'll blow it all up if we can't have it. And Russia's trying to salvage some of that territory for those reasons. You know, because they would hurt themselves as well. Having a nuclear fallout, that fallout would fall right back on Russian territory. All that radioactive material will fall right back and eventually get into the atmosphere, which is the jet stream. And just like Chernobyl is still spilling billions of radioactive particles, same thing would happen then. Same thing like Fukushima in Japan. Chernobyl in Russia, same thing, man. We got another disaster, world disaster on our hands.
Everybody getting sick.
Everybody getting cancer.
Everyone's getting sick. That's the worst, bro.
They say Chernobyl, the disaster in Chernobyl was at 1985. They say that is responsible for at least 2 to 3% of the world's complete cancer population.
What?
Just that one meltdown is responsible for about 2 to 4% of the whole world's cancer population.
And they're sending drone attacks into Zaporozhye and Kursk. They're doing it. Listen, I would say this. I don't want to go back and too much into this geopolitical zone, but why would Russia blow up the Zaporozhye power plant that they're protecting? NATO isn't full-fledged in it. NATO isn't. They're sending troops, but they haven't brought all their men there. They haven't established conscriptions. They're sending weapons. They're sending bombs. They're sending their foreign legions like France is, but it's not an official World War III. We're in World War III, but it's silent. The United States isn't in there. They don't have boots to the ground. Maybe special forces here and there. You might get some special forces Brits in there, but you're not getting full-fledged the nations, France, Germany, England, United States, boots on the ground in Ukraine. It hasn't gotten to that way. But back to your question, why would Russia military blow up Zaporozhye when they're controlling that area in Zaporozhye? They're controlling the plant. They're there. Why would they? And they've had Zaporozhye for 2 years. If they've had the power plant for a year and a half, 2 years, why don't they blow it up now?
Right.
It just doesn't make any sense. And they've just annexed portions of the country because they voted them in. So if the people in that region have voted to be part of the Russian province or the country, why would I blow up a power plant that's right next to people that just voted themselves to be a part of Russia? It just wouldn't make any sense. Russia is there protecting it from Ukrainians that are trying to instigate more issues. The same question I would ask for this. Why has Ukraine been bombing the Donbass region for 10, 15 years? It's the same reason they're bombing Zaporozhye. This has been going on. The war didn't start 2 years ago. This war has been going on since 2014. Mm-hmm. They just don't tell you most of this in mainstream media. They give you slanted views and all the news articles, CNN, the BBC, Fox. You're not getting the real information from these news sources. They're lying to you. They're going to always sit back here and tell you Big Bad Russia's off. It's the Ukrainians are fighting to save the day and protect themselves. And like I said, if you sit back and go back a year and a half ago when they captured the nuclear power plant, why would Russia be there with their soldiers there and blow it up? Why would I blow up the nuclear power plant with my soldiers there?
And I've already got control over it.
And I've got control over it. But it's important, Russia being there, they can control the output of that power to Ukraine. Ukraine can't get access to it. So it won't make sense that they try to blow it up to sit back here and keep Russia on their toes. I can't, listen, Russia has countlessly sat back here and said, listen, Ukraine is bombing this area. We want to make sure the whole world knows that Russia is bombing Zaporozhye. Russia is bombing the nuclear power plant in Kursk and Zaporozhye. They say it every time they do it. Because they try to preempt this media and this news, these lies, and the propaganda that Ukraine wants to come behind with. They do it all the time. They do it all the time. Done. I believe it. I believe that. Listen, it takes a lot to completely establish nuclear meltdown. I created. But it still doesn't change the fact that Ukraine is bombing their infrastructure that Russia has control over. There's no getting around it. You got to sit back here. When people are having to look at the news, it's important to read both sides of the news and then make a decision. That's important. So it's almost like this. If I'm going to sit back here and listen to United States media, if I'm going to listen to British media, German media, French media, is it wicked to sit back here and hear what the rest of the world is saying? It only makes sense to listen to both sides of the story. Don't you do that in council? Yep. If I got two people coming to me with a problem, am I going to only listen to one person? And then call it fair and balanced news? A fair and balanced report because one person gives their view of a story, one slant? Doesn't make any sense.
Let us only believe the husband in a council, or let us only believe a wife in a council.
Yeah,
it'll be injustice.
God, listen, if you sit back here and go to Haiti, the news tells you that guy barbecue Cavassier, not Cavassier, but his name is Jimmy Barbecue something. They would say this guy just hangs out with thugs and killers, and he's a murderer and a rapist. Well, when you get the real news from people that are in Haiti, they'll tell you that he was a cop.
He's feeding the people.
He's an ex-cop. He's not even a thug. He's an ex-cop that's got commendations for bravery in the line of duty. Do they tell you that in the news? Fox don't tell you that. They say, well, we want to bring military in there and do. This guy is about the people and knows that the imperialists are out here coming to Haiti and trying to wipe them out off the face of the map and take their natural resources.
And honestly, if you look at media is owned by Jewish conglomerates.
Well,
I'm not going there.
Now we're hearing it. We got to make sure we're really specific about the news and information.
I'm just saying, if you look at who owns the news, these organizations that own the news, they have their own collective agenda. So it's wisdom to get alternate news, so you're not just hearing the collective agenda of the CEOs that own those different news outlets. That's my point. I wasn't trying to go attack.
Well, all I know is that the slant they give you in the news is one thing, but the reality most of the time is different. They tell you that Maduro in Venezuela is some wicked guy. He really ain't. They say he rigged the elections. He never did. They went through all the proper legal channels in Venezuela, and they said that the elections were not rigged. Can we say the same thing about the elections 4 years ago in the United States? Can we say that they weren't rigged?
Yeah.
All I can tell you is if you sit back here and look at things about how much absentee ballots were coming in from dead people. You ever heard about that? About dead people were voting? How were dead people voting for Biden? How does that make sense? That's not real.
Or how many people were disqualified in Florida? Because they said they were felons, but they weren't.
Exactly. But how could a dead person vote from home?
That's crazy.
Come on, man. Listen, so Maduro's a wicked bad guy, but there's no voter fraud in the United States.
They got pictures of the ballots in China. The Chinese guys that are printing them up like this, they're standing next to a whole bunch of American ballots. How do they have American ballots in China?
Yeah. Listen, and it was like there was scenes of like Santa Claus with his bag of goodies.
Yeah.
They were going to post offices and it's loading the envelopes into the mailboxes. Like it was Santa Claus presents.
Yeah.
These on cameras.
And they have on camera. They had all the book counters. They were trying to close the windows up and not let people in, not allow people to see what's going on.
Yeah.
Why are you hiding the counting of the vote?
All I'm saying is this: it's the news that the world wants you to portray. Doesn't mean it's all true. A lot of times it's false. And like you said, JoJo, everything is coming back to the United States for sending finances to Ukraine to keep this war. And I do know it's been shown that different NATO people that are disguised as independent contractors are out there fighting against Russia. So technically, it is a world war, but it's kind of not. It's kind of on the low. It's not official. Officially, it's just Ukraine fighting against Russia. Unofficially, United States and Britain intelligence is telling them where to hit.
Yep. Using those weapons.
Using United States weapons and British weapons, and Britain and United States intel are saying, okay, hey, the soft spot in Russia's defense is in Kursk. Because what they were saying is in Kursk, just conscripts were sitting back here guarding it. In Russia, everybody got to serve a year in military. These 18-year-old kids were sitting back here covering that area and got bombarded and got overran. Quickly. And that's what happened. And Ukraine brought their top special forces guys, dispatched those guys quick. Russia caught on to it, but instead of Russia attacking the fighters, there's a reason they haven't attacked them yet. They're fortifying the power plant. Because they know that's what they're going to Kursk for. Because I'm sitting back here wondering, how come they're sitting back and letting these guys just float around? They put their resources to protect the power plant and put anti-missile defenses against or in the area of the power plant. Yep. Once that's secure, with the nails, teeth, and all the little things that keep chanks from coming in, then we go and bust up the regular insurgents that are outside in Kursk area that are 150 miles away from the power plant.
And they've told the people to evacuate already. They say get out because they don't want to bomb their own people.
Come. And that's the point. A lot of the people in Kursk that are in the invaded areas have to get the hell out. Anyway, let's get back on point. I know we kind of deviated a little bit. I love talking about it. I can talk about this all dang day long. I listen to this stuff all the time. But what are we trying to say? Regime change is real. Regime change has been happening for centuries. And the Samaritans are trying to regime change right now in Nehemiah 6. They're trying to regime change Nehemiah. But let's continue in Ecclesiastes real quick.
Okay. Ecclesiastes chapter 12 and verse 11. Though he humble himself and go crouching, yet take good heed and beware of him. And thou shalt be unto him.
He says, though he humble himself and go crouching. This is what Sanballat's doing. He's sending letters, official Samaritan on Samaritan manuscript, Samaritan paper. Say, hear ye, Nehemiah. Come visit us at this meeting in Ono. The meeting for peace. That's how they sit back and always make these narratives. The meeting for unity. We're going to crouch down and humbly come out to you like we care about including you with all the other leaders in the region. Read on.
It says,
read on the topic. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, come. Though he humble himself and go crouching, yet take good heed and beware of him.
He's like, just because he's sending me a nice letter on nice parchment doesn't mean you give a damn. Yeah. Doesn't mean you're looking after me or my country's best interest.
And that comes in the form of a so-called peacekeeping mission.
Mm-hmm.
When we say, we're going to send some troops for it, it's only for peacekeeping. That's it. That's what the NATO troops are for, peacekeeping. But quickly,
how about the title, Operation Enduring Freedom?
Yeah.
That was in Iraq.
Enduring Freedom.
But they sit back here and kill 500,000 children in Enduring Freedom. You killed 500,000 children. And Madeleine Albright, which was the defense secretary, was asked, do you think it was necessary to kill 500,000 children? She says, yes. Yes, I do think it was completely necessary. I'm like, what? You killed 500,000 children. That's not including adults. 500,000. You wiped out a generation of people. And you're saying it was necessary to wipe out a generation of people? And call it Operation Enduring Iraqi Freedom or Enduring Freedom? That's insane.
Yep.
Anyway, let's continue.
Right. Though he humble himself and go crouching, yet take good heed and beware of him. And thou shalt be unto him as if thou hadst wiped a looking glass.
Mm-hmm.
And thou shalt know that his wrath have not been altogether wiped away.
He's like, man, this guy's negative. Ain't all left. You're coming like you're nice. What he's saying is, you have to come into dealing with your enemy with like a skepticism. And if you're coming in with a skepticism, it's easier to pick up on his negative angle. Because you're looking for the negative angle. Where is he really saying? He's saying peace, what does he really want? He really wants me off the chessboard. And this is what Nehemiah is picking up on. Read on.
Verse 12. Set him not by thee, lest when he have overthrown thee.
He says, don't set him by you. So why go to Ono in Tyre? So he can kill me? I don't have enough men to withstand the numbers he's going to have in Tyre. It's a setup. Read on.
Right. Set him not by thee, lest when he have overthrown thee, he stand up in thy place.
And that's the point. He's going to overthrow you and regime change you. And replace you with somebody he can manipulate a lot better.
Yep.
He can control a lot better. Read on.
Neither let him sit at thy right hand, lest he seek to take thy seat. And thou at the last remember my words, and be pricked therewith.
He's letting us know how important it is, how to operate diplomatically, how to maintain respect, and still not give openings to negative people. Still not give your enemy position and leverage to take you out. This is how Nehemiah's got to operate. He can't be a beast. He can't sit back here and blow him off and curse him out and be disrespectful. But I can't give him what he wants either. Okay? You got something you guys want to pull? Because I don't want to go back into the verse. And
No, go ahead.
Okay, so we're going to let that verse go and go back to Nehemiah 3.
Question.
Yes, sir.
Did you want 16? I remember you wanted 16.
I did want 16. Yes, give me verse 16. Thank you for reminding me.
Sir. Ecclesiastes chapter 12 and verse 16. An enemy speaketh sweetly with his lips.
Official documents, official communication. Read on.
It says, but in his heart he imagineth how to throw thee into a pit.
And this is what Nehemiah understands. You were just trying to throw me into a pit. You were threatening the life of me, my men, and the people. And I know you've colluded with the rest of the neighbors around me to wipe me out. While we were building a wall, why would I think all of a sudden, now that we built the wall, now you care about me now? Now you actually are considering our position. Read on.
It says, he will weep with his eyes, but if he find opportunity, he will not be satisfied with blood.
He says, if he gets the opportunity, killing me ain't enough. He wants power over the region. And he knows I am an obstacle in the way of complete power of the region. So he's going to do what he has to do to change the whole situation around him. So I can't even put myself around this guy because he's gunning for the city. And Nehemiah is the only person with the strength and the leverage and the protection of, don't forget, he had protection of the king. Mm-hmm. So there's limits to how much he can flex on Nehemiah. So Nehemiah is understanding about this situation and is operating accordingly. Now let's go back to verse 3.
Nehemiah chapter 6 and verse 3. And I sent messengers unto them, saying, I am doing a great work, so that I cannot come down.
I'm so busy. These gates are heavy. This wood is aplenty. We have a lot of work to do still. We're not done. And with all due respect, I can't make it to Ono for your conference, your Operation Ono Freedom. Son of Syria Freedom. Can't do it. I can't make the conference. Okay? But I'll give me a rain check. I'll come back another time. Right? Read on.
Why should the work cease whilst I leave it and come down to you?
I can't stop the work. I'm super busy. I can't make it. Read on.
Verse 4. Yet they sent unto me 4 times.
They sent 4 more official letters. These boys was pushing it. He sent 4 more letters to keep pressing me, to keep urging me to come down. Read on.
Yet they sent unto me 4 times after this matter, and I answered them after the same manner.
He at least maintained his diplomacy and politely responded back with the sorry, I can't make it.
Yeah.
You get that light on down yet? Yeah. No, the light right there. Tripping on. Slacky, y'all. So he's like, listen, I can't make it. My apologies. We're still busy. So 4 separate times, 5 times in total, he's getting pressed by Sanballat to come for conferences and meetings that are going to lead to his death. Read on.
Verse 5. Then sent Sanballat his servant unto me in like manner the 5th time, with an open letter.
Now this is dirty. This is now Sanballat is getting even more slick. Because the first 5 times, the letters were what? Sealed.
Yeah.
Meaning, if the servant or the person opens it, the governor will know, and know there's some dirty business going on, and can't trust the authenticity of the letter. Right? Kings had seals. Governors had seals. And those seals were not to be broken until the recipient that was supposed to read it got it. But this letter that came from Sanballat was open. Okay? Now the purpose of an open letter is for what? Why would I give a servant an open letter?
So you can get the information.
So you can read. Yeah. You can read the letter, and now all of a sudden it's gossip town. Now word's going to get out like wildfire. That's the purpose of an open letter. Okay? Now read verse 5 again.
Verse 5. Then sent Sanballat his servant unto me in like manner the 5th time, with an open letter in his hand.
With an open letter in his hand. Read on.
Wherein was written, it is reported among the heathen, and Gashmu saith it.
So he says, Sanballat saying, it's reported amongst the nations, the Goyim, and Gashmu said it. Gashmu, who was Gashmu? He was one of those guys that was, I think it was Arabia. Maybe he's spelled different. But it's another person is dropping reports. It's a report that's come to my attention from Gashmu. Read on.
That thou and the Jews think to rebel.
So now we're starting to stir the pot. I'm getting word that y'all are sitting back here and building up these walls and putting up these fences because you want to sit back here and start a rebellion against us. You're starting to you're about to be starting something. It's about to be starting something. Listen, the point is, that's the message. That's what he's pushing. Okay? And that's a false what? Report. Read on.
It says, for which cause thou buildest the wall, that thou mayest be their king according to these words.
Now you're saying some what do you call it?
It's a stretch.
No, it's a stretch. But them fighting words. You're trying to be the king.
Now it's a problem.
Now that can get to Artaxerxes.
Yeah.
Now you're dead. Now you're a dead man.
Not just that, but the idea of
it's multiple levels to the king statement.
Exactly, but also there's he does have rivals in the upper class of the nation. Upper class would not like the idea of this guy being over them and being their ruler.
So
they can't.
I know.
Yeah.
Keep going. I'm sorry. Keep going.
They can't do their business and their conduct of usury and oppression of the exploitative practices They can't maintain their revenues from exploitative practices the same way.
And first of all, we can't even have kings like that anymore. The line of David was supposed to be kings.
Yeah.
And that got wiped out. So what they're saying is, okay, they're throwing out really, really negative slander. It's like, okay, we're hearing, Nehemiah, that you're trying to sit back and take over all the Jews and permanently be there. Nehemiah made it clear, I'm not going to be here long term. I'm getting out of here. I don't plan on lasting in Israel. He has to go back to Artaxerxes. Remember Artaxerxes and his wife said, how long are you going to be gone for?
Yep.
It wasn't supposed to be forever.
Yeah.
It was supposed to be until the wall was completed and he gets out. So the people in the city already know he wasn't supposed to be there for long. Now they're going to bring out this rumor that he planned on being in boss hog in the city forever. Now, like you said, that pisses the princes off. That pisses the elite off. Now you got the people in the city turn their eyes looking at you negative.
It creates non-compliance,
Yep.
and it also
It creates a tumult.
it creates an environment for tumult. It creates an environment for, if he's offended anybody, he may have offended some people, and that's a good enough reason to assassinate. There's something of an environment
To assassinate.
but be assassinated by his own people.
And what they're saying, they're trying to get the people to say, oh man, all this we're in it for this short period of time was a hustle.
Yeah.
You got in here, you told us some whoop de whoop to get power, and now we can't get you out.
Yeah.
That's what's happening. Listen, I don't know. I keep going back to geopolitical scenarios, but I'm gonna say this. Listen, Vladimir Zelensky was supposed to get. He was supposed to go through election. Yeah, Vladimir. Yeah.
Okay.
No. Zelensky.
Vladimir Putin.
No, Zelensky.
Okay.
No, yeah.
No,
Volodymyr. It's Volodymyr.
Okay.
It's Volodymyr versus Vladimir. Their enunciations are different. It's still Vladimir.
Yeah, same
But it's
thing.
Volodymyr Zelensky was supposed to go through elections in the spring. You know, he said there is too much fighting and war. We're going to push back the elections.
To his benefit.
Well,
There you go. That's the point. So now there's no elections. So if you don't like what he's doing or the direction of the country, it doesn't matter. Now we're in what do you call it? What's the word for we're like a martial law situation. So we're going to sit back and push back elections because there's too much danger in the region. That's why Putin is saying, listen, you're an illegitimate president at this point. You didn't even get elected. You didn't get reelected because you're pushing back elections. So are you trying to be a king? So now the people can't decide if it's time for you to leave or not? Just imagine if Trump would have did that. This place would have went crazy. If Trump said, you know what? I'm not going out. I'm staying. And we're not going to have elections this year. This place would have fell apart. Right or wrong?
Yep.
Or Biden says, you know, we're not going to have it this year. We're going to push it back and not have elections. So now you're not giving me the choice to choose who I want? People will go crazy. But that's what this letter is being implied that Nehemiah is doing. He's making a strong arm move. He really wants to play here and be the king in perpetuity. So like you said, he's creating enemies through a false accusation, domestic and foreign. Because if Artaxerxes gets word of this, he going to want to deal with him also. You want to be a king? I'm the only damn king. You might be a governor of your region, but you're supposed to come back to me anyway. What's going on with you? What are you doing? You're getting power drunk? So he's creating creating now all these internal issues. And these false accusations are used to mess up the good that he's doing in the city. So let's read verse 6 again.
Nehemiah chapter 6 and verse 6. Wherein was written, it is reported among the heathen, and Gashmu saith it, that thou and the Jews think to rebel, for which cause thou buildest the wall, that thou mayest be their king, according to these words. And thou hast also appointed prophets to preach of thee at Jerusalem.
He's saying in this same letter that you're sitting back here and hiring prophets to say that this guy's the king. Read on.
It says, and thou hast also appointed prophets to preach of thee at Jerusalem, saying, there is a king in Judah. And now shall it be reported to the king according to these words.
He's like, listen, we're going to report this to the king.
See that?
That's the point. Now the message
I don't trust you anymore.
is going out to Artaxerxes.
There you go.
So I'm going to have people looking at you crazy in the city, and I'm going to take the guy that's backing you and turn him against you. I want you out. That's what he's saying in so many words, and this word is going to get leaked. I don't even got to say it. Everybody's going to whisper it, and it will get from Jerusalem all the way to damn
That's
Persia.
what happened in Herod's kingdom, man.
Listen,
Same thing happened.
Just words, just rumors.
Rumors.
Just look at all these rumors,
Yeah.
surrounding me every day.
Yeah.
I just need some time to get away. Listen, this is the point. Rumors and slanders is how you can break a kingdom down anyway.
Yeah.
So, hold that verse. Go to 1 Maccabees, chapter 11, and verse 11.
First Maccabees chapter 11 and verse 11.
1 second. I got to also type another one in. Okay, let me get there and we're going to read. 1 Maccabees 11 and 11. Read that.
First Maccabees chapter 11 and verse 11. Thus did he slander him, because he was desirous of his kingdom.
And that's the thing. This is what Sanballat wanted. He was going to slander Nehemiah, defame his name, sit back here and smear his intentions. Because that's how you break trust.
Yeah.
I have to sit back here and attack the respect the people already had for Nehemiah. Mm-hmm. Nehemiah's works were to be respected. His decision making was always selfless. But now that slander was used to sit back here and make a person taint their pure outlook towards him.
And people do that when they have no other option. And they can't destroy it any other way. So that's their last ditch effort to get power or to change the dynamic of the situation.
Done.
But the Most High said in Proverbs 6, he said, 6 things the Lord hate. He said the 7th is abomination. The 7th that's an abomination, which is filthy wicked. He says a man that sowed discord amongst his brethren.
Yes.
So when you sow discord, people sow discord for power moves.
Yeah.
I'm gonna defame, lie, slander for the sake of reversing the power structure.
Brother, there's no doubt. And this was the intention behind slandering his name and attacking him and attacking his intentions. He's fronting money, he's paying people, he's covering the taxes, and he's giving people food and scenarios just to get power for long term. It makes people think, damn, this guy's he's really hustling us. He's trying to jack up how everybody perceives him, to weaken the leadership, to get them to want another leader. So let that verse go and go to Ecclesiastes 26 and 5.
Someone less skillful that would be compromised.
Yes.
Take bribes.
That will take bribes and give the people what they want on the outside. Ecclesiastes 26 and 5.
Ecclesiastes chapter 26 and verse 5. There be 3 things that mine heart feareth, and for the 4th I was so afraid.
He says the 4th is a very fearful thing because it can ruin a lot of good. That's why it's a fearful situation. Read on.
The slander of a city.
Mm-hmm.
The gathering together of an unruly multitude.
We got a bunch of wild thugs in a place, man, and things get loud and unruly. You ever been to a bar or chilling out with your people, and you hear all this loud talking and cursing and craziness going on? That's your cue to get what? The hell! I'm getting the hell out of here. There's some rumblings in that corner over there, and your spidey senses are tingling. Whatever you might have been sipping on will burn off. I'm serious. Listen, when danger, you sense danger, all of a sudden you can think clear, your focus is tightened up, and you get out. Read on.
Then it says,
Start from the top, sir.
Ecclesiastes chapter 26 and verse 5. There be 3 things that mine heart feareth, and for the 4th I was so afraid.
But we're still, the part I want to go into is the third. But read on.
And a false accusation. And these are worse than death.
A false accusation is worse than death. To be falsely accused, oh, you want to be the king? You want to take over power all the time in long term? To create distrust amongst people? That's worse than death. Because what can you say? I can say it's not true. Nehemiah can say this is not true. How can you really prove it? You can say, man, I've been good and been doing right for all this period of time. And they say, yeah. Well, we're going to be looking at you now. Yep. We're going to see. Then that's the point. The doubt is there. Now, you shouldn't make a busting your head to do good. They're like, oh, okay. I'm just waiting for you to see the real side of you come out. I don't trust this brother. But, shalom. How's it going, brother? But I got my eye on you. I got both eyes on you. That false accusation is worse than death, man. Because you can't shake it. Mm-mm. No matter how good you can't shake that accusation.
Yeah, your public image has been tainted.
Kind of.
You know, one verse on that too. St. John chapter 19, verse 12. St. John chapter 19, verse 12. Because that's something that public opinion, how the people see you, the trust that's there, you know, all that is subject to be, you know, scrutinized now. Read that.
St. John chapter 19 and verse 12. And from thenceforth, Pilate sought to release him.
Even at the point where Yahushua was about to get released, man, he was about to see the cuffs was about to come off.
It's crazy, bro.
He was about to get freed up. He was on his way to freedom. Read.
But the Jews cried out, saying
what?
If thou let this man go.
If you let this man go, read.
It's crazy, yeah.
Thou art not Caesar's friend.
You're not Caesar's friend. And we're going to spread this information.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that you're not Caesar's friend.
Bro.
So we're going to use...
If you're not his friend, you're his what?
You're his enemy.
Pontius is the enemy of the Caesar?
And you know, Pontius he only has a particular amount of power and control over the Judean area. He's a governor, but he doesn't have total control, and he still got to answer to the Caesar.
I'm a snitch on tell Tiberius you doing this thing wrong because it was Tiberius was the emperor.
Yeah,
and the people that do good jobs get awarded revenues. So what you're doing is also hitting his revenues because listen, he does a good job. Hey man, I'm gonna reward you part of this copper mine. I'm gonna reward you part of this revenue over here.
So and plus, you know, Rome had retirement plans set up for all their generals, their senators, even their soldiers.
The worst,
so you get a bad name, they might mess up your 401k.
Ain't no 401k.
No 401k. So after you get removed out of this position, you're no longer getting no stipend. You're not getting a government stipend anymore. Your family's in jeopardy now.
Because these dudes want to snitch.
Because they want to lie.
Yes, man.
They want to lie.
It ain't even a snitch. It's a lie.
It's a lie. He said what?
It says,
messed up, bro.
If thou let this man go, thou art not Caesar's friend.
Read on.
Whosoever maketh himself a king.
And it said, whoever so make himself a king, they were talking about Yahushua. It said, this man said he was a king. Read.
It says, whosoever maketh himself a king speaketh against Caesar.
So these guys were political as hell.
These guys knew how to get leverage over Pilate.
Mm-hmm.
Blackmail.
Yep.
Blackmail is an old-fashioned form of power.
Yep. I'm
going to blackmail you. I'm going to say whatever I got to say against you to get what I want. And they wanted Christ dead no matter what. Read.
When Pilate therefore heard that saying, he brought Yahushua forth and sat down in the judgment seat in a place that is called the pavement, but in Hebrew, Gabbatha.
So he said, you know what? I can't let this man go. That's it.
He was like, y'all dirty dogs.
Yeah.
Y'all dirty dogs. Y'all killed him.
They twisted my arms, man. That's why he wiped his hands and said, I'm done with it. Yep. Y'all see it to it. It's on y'all now.
That's crazy.
Because you know what? You're putting me in a position where you about to ruin my name, mess
my money up.
Mess his money up, his position, his retirement from Rome. He said, man, y'all want this guy that bad? I'm washing my hands. Y'all can have him. But look at the strength. Look at the strength of blackmail. Look at the strength of somebody
of a false accusation
that's putting slander on your name. That's slandering your name. which means to ruin the reputation of somebody or diminish the reputation of somebody. That's what slander is, when you diminish somebody's reputation.
So what you're saying is talking about people behind their back is wicked?
Oh, kind. Very much so.
Kind of.
Very much so.
There was on a small level of what y'all seeing, there was a girl that emailed the college of her boyfriend where he was going to play football at, and she basically emailed them saying that he was a drug dealer and he used drugs and all that, and they took him off the team.
Yeah.
False
report.
She gave a false report through email to his college, and they denied his.
That happened in San Antonio. That happened in San Antonio with Judson. There was a kid that was playing for Judson, had a full ride to A&M. He was on his phone, and his girl took his phone because she thought he was talking to the girl. And he tried to get his phone back, and she said he beat on her. Coach Summerlin got the message and lost his scholarship like that. From Texas A&M. Lost scholarship just like that. Off of a cell phone. Off him trying to get a cell phone that his woman took from him. Out of his hand. He had to go to a JUCO. He was lucky enough to get a scholarship back to Syracuse, and he's playing in the league now. But a lot of guys, most guys don't make it after situations like that. And they on the corner drinking and smoking and talking about what could have happened.
Yeah.
That happens all the time.
Al Bundy at Polk High School.
Yeah, scored 4 touchdowns in a single game, man. That happens all the time, man. Really? False accusations, setups, slanders, and ruins people's lives. That's why Cyrax said it was a fearful thing to get a false accusation or a slander against you, because it can ruin your life.
They say when Bill Cosby had enough money to buy his own network, just like Oprah got her own network, he was trying to buy CBS or one of them.
Yeah, Cosby, right?
Cosby, yeah. And that's when all of a sudden all these accusations came out.
Yeah.
They said because they made sure that they weren't going to allow no black man to buy no network.
Mm-hmm. And then after he got put in jail, like 2 years later, they sit back and said all your charges we'll let you go.
There's
no charges. These actually charges don't stick. They literally said that the charges didn't stick. So that 2 years or a year or two in the pink was like you ain't supposed to do this.
Yeah, I was keeping.
They sat back here and said these accusations were untrue.
They spanked.
But they got him in. Then once he got in jail, you never heard about it anymore. Then one day he's out. How'd he get out in a year or two? Because the whole process was rigged, and really they found out that all the evidence wasn't true. It's all hearsay.
Nope.
I'm not saying he's not a dirtbag. I'm not saying he didn't do no negative. I'm not saying he didn't do bad things to people. What I'm saying is the evidence that was used against him was found to be not factual.
In the court of law.
In the court of law.
Trump understands that in the city of New York or the state of New York, how he had to pay millions of dollars upon falsified documents.
But yeah, and then what they're doing is they did it, but then they acquitted him. So what the point is this? But everybody's going to say he got tried for all this negative stuff. Yeah. They're not going to focus on the fact that he was acquitted, but the fact that he got a mugshot. You got a mugshot. You're a bad guy.
Yeah,
you're a criminal.
That's a smear campaign.
That's all. He's a criminal.
Well, black guys like
they're like, dog, you beat the case, man. Yeah. I'm voting for Trump 2024. You beat that case, man. You like brother. You like black folks. They try to throw you in jail.
He like my uncle.
That's They say it.
We'll swap out Drake for Trump.
Oh my God, that's hilarious. And that's the truth. That's the truth. But see, that's what's happening though. But for regular Americans, Trump's mugshot, they make him look you're a criminal. Yeah. Why should a criminal be president?
That's true.
The whole purpose of putting him in jail or arresting him was to slander him. Listen, do I think that guy's going to sit back and save America? Hell no. We're going to war regardless. This country's going to shit regardless. But we're just explaining slander tactics and how those images stick in people's minds. And people look at these scenarios. He's a jailbird. Was he? Did he really get convicted? People that understand law understand it was a slander tactic. But your regular Joe Schmo, oh, he's a bad guy. I'm never going to vote for that guy. Didn't he got arrested, didn't he? He's on a trial.
He's a felon.
He's a felon. No, nobody even know. Just because you got a mugshot don't mean you're a felon. But the picture, where you like this, I don't know if you ever saw you like this.
Yeah.
People got pictures.
That was a bad day. That was a bad day for him, man.
No, but you know what? They said that picture, man. They started selling mugs of it.
Oh,
They were making millions of those mugs and T-shirts out. He made money off that.
That's wild.
Anyway, point is, what am I trying to say? Slander is fearful, and to the population, the large numbers, when a person is slandered, it's hard to shake that image that's portrayed of you. And that's what Sambalat is trying to accomplish here in this situation. Read verse 8.
Huh.
You have more on Johnson? Okay. Verse 8. Matter of fact, y'all gotta get out of here, man. Bow wow. Let's get you saluted in.
Tahawarakah, Shah Shabbatah, Banashar, Kwaya Sha'ala.
Dawa Makah, Shasha Masah, Barashar, Barashar, Amachim. Yahweh Bashem Yashar Bakita.
Yahweh Bashem Yashar Bakita.
Okay. So we're in Nehemiah chapter 6, verse 8 now.
Nehemiah chapter 6 and verse 8. Then I sent unto him, saying, there are no such things done as thou sayest.
So now he's sitting back here and making that paper trail. Because all you can do at this particular point is establish a paper trail. Trying to clear yourself and establish your innocence. So he's like, listen, man, nothing that you're saying is true. It's all a lie. Read on.
But thou feignest them out of thine own heart.
He says you're lying and you're making stories up. Okay, read on.
For they all made us afraid, saying,
Hold that. Give me Psalms 27 and 12. Psalms 27 and verse 12.
Psalms 27 and verse 12. Psalms 27 and 12. Teach me thy way, O Lord, and lead me in a plain path because of mine enemies.
That's verse 11.
Oh, sorry. Psalms 27 and 12. Deliver me not over unto the will of mine enemies.
Because when you're in a situation where you are lied on and slander is imposed on you, you're still in the hands of the Most High. All you can do is pray and hope the Most High has mercy on you, and your works prove to the people that you're an honorable person. Because you're going to get lied on. You can't control what they say. So it says, deliver me not over unto the will of my enemies. Read on.
For false witnesses are risen up against me.
I'm getting it. This David is talking about the false witnesses. I'm getting lied on. Listen, Saul was establishing a smear campaign on David as well. Listen, when Saul is sitting back here and saying, if anybody sees this man, let me know. He's guilty of this crime, guilty of this crime, and guilty of this crime. Saul is establishing false witnesses on him. So there was nowhere he could go and be at rest and be at peace. Okay? He had to make a lie up to make the people look at David like he was a screwed up guy. And so he's like, these false witnesses are risen up against me. Read on.
and such as breathe out cruelty.
They're speaking cruel words against me. They're trying to attack me and break me.
It's called character assassination.
Yes, it is.
I'm trying to assassinate your character. I want people to look at you like I look at you. I want to destroy you so that you don't sit in the seat of authority. And this is like I add one scripture to that
Yes,
too. Ecclesiastes chapter 37, verse 8 in the Apocrypha. And then we go right back to Psalms. Ecclesiastes chapter 37, verse 8.
I'm good on Psalms. I got some more stuff.
Read that.
Ecclesiastes chapter 37 and verse 8. Beware of a counselor.
That's why I said you got to beware of a what?
A counselor.
Read.
And know before what he hath need.
Mm.
Sorry. And know before what need he hath. For he will counsel for himself, lest he cast a lot upon thee.
And what he's saying is he'll cast a lot upon you, meaning he'll put you in jeopardy. The lot is about fate, about where does fate take me. That's why people cast lots. They want to know, where am I going from here?
Yep.
But they'll put you in jeopardy because you might divulge certain information, and with that information, they use that information against you. He said they'll put you in jeopardy. Read on.
Verse 9. And say unto thee, thy way is good.
And then they'll say, hey, that's great. I agree with you. They say that I'm in agreement. I'm okay with you. That's great. Good idea. Build a wall. That's a great idea. Read on.
And afterward, he stand on the other side to see what shall befall thee.
See, so some people say things, it's a setup. He's describing the actions of a setup. People will set you up to see you fall. Read.
Consult not with one that suspecteth thee.
And that's why they're trying to bring Nehemiah to Ono for a council. They want to just have a talk. He says, no, don't consult not with those that suspect thee. Read.
And hide thy counsel from such as envy thee.
Because they're going to use whatever is being spoken about against you.
They're just going to turn it against you.
If they don't kill you, they're going to character assassinate you even more. Yep.
Read.
Neither consult with a woman touching her.
Stop. That's it. But he's showing you how people will manipulate you through counsels. People will manipulate you through strategies.
Yep.
People will jeopardize your future by smear campaigns, character assassination. He says, that's why he says consult not. He's telling you how to watch, maneuver around certain people based on their position. Now we know Sanballat and these other nations envied the fact that the Jews were starting to get a foothold back in power and independence. So they're going to try every low down and dirty trick possible to destroy the fact that they don't want to see Israel rise up as a nation. And we can look at that as in the past, but also people try to do that today. They try to look at anybody that's an advocate or campaigning for our liberty, our freedom, or our independence. They're going to destroy that person.
Yep.
Whether it be anybody that's trying to gain a foothold, they try to do Michael Jackson the same way. I don't know why Michael Jackson got little kids at his house. I'm not saying that nothing ever happened, but first of all, if you heard one situation, why are you bringing and letting your kids stay at Michael Jackson's house anyway? So shouldn't the parents be responsible for letting your kids spend a night at this grown man's house if you had any suspicion? Even the one little boy came back and said, you know what? Michael Jackson never did anything to me. But his parents were paid millions of dollars. And he said, I feel bad because I told my mother that nothing happened, and I told her there's no reason for us to sue him. And she sued him anyway. You can read about the little kid that became an adult, and he spoke against the fact that his mother only did it for a money move. It was a power play. It was a money move. People will assassinate your character just to get their palms greased, just for the source of payment. So you got to understand. You got to understand the manipulation amount of tactics that people possess. We can go back to you done with the song.
Let's go to Ecclesiastes 51 and 2. Ecclesiastes 51 and 2.
Ecclesiastes chapter 51 and verse 2. For thou art my defender and helper, and hast preserved my body from destruction, and from the snare of the slanderous tongue.
And this is what we have to sit back. Our only faith is in the fact that the Most High protects us from the slanderous tongue. Our faith and our works. All you can do when you're slandered against is be the same person you are every day. And the Most High is going to defend you. And the Most High will reveal that the people that are slandering are the fake ones. They're the liars and they're the deceitful ones. Read on.
And from the lips that forge lies, and has been mine helper against my adversary.
He's like, the adversary is always going to slander against you. That's how you know a person ain't your friend. If a person keeps talking about you behind your back, they're not your friend. They're your enemy. And the reality is, if you got a person talking about you behind your back, don't be around them at all. Stay away from them to protect yourself. Because they're going to always try to find a way to tear you down, to push themselves up. Let that verse go, though.
I got one too.
Mm-hmm.
This is what King James told his son when he comes in power. This is Basilicon Duran, page 170. He said, he says, now it is not only lawful but necessary that ye have company meet for everything ye take on hand. He said, as a future king, he says you have to have the appropriate people around you at all times.
Mm-hmm.
He says you have to entertain people. You can't just be isolated and a recluse. You have to entertain people. He says, but the people that you entertain, they have to be appropriate for that occasion. He says, as well as in your games and exercises, as in your grave and earnest affairs. He says you got to have the appropriate people around you when you're just joking, when you're just for entertainment purposes, or you got to have the appropriate people around you where there is serious situations concerning war. You got to know the mentality, the disposition, the attitude, and
What
the
they
desire,
want,
the wants of the ones that surround you, no matter if you're having fun or if this is a serious situation. He says, but learn to distinguish time according to the occasion. He's going to explain what that means. He says, choosing your company accordingly. He says, confer not with hunters at your councils. He says, you don't bring along a hunter,
A taker,
when you're involved in a council, when you're putting together strategy.
Yep.
He says, confer not with hunters at your council, nor in your council affairs, nor dispatch not affairs at hunting or other games. Why don't you talk about the direction of the kingdom when you're around a bunch of hunters, or you're at the range? Say you're at the range, and
there could be an accident there, man.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's saying. He's saying that you're at the range with somebody, and you want to bring out a specific counsel that they may like, or they may not like, or they may be envious of. He says you don't bring certain counsel up at sporting games or at hunting games.
That's happened with Dick Cheney, man. Dick Cheney sat back here and shot a person that was with him at the shooting range.
No, that was
hunting. It was Bush and Cheney were hunting.
Yeah,
somebody got shot.
I think Bush shot Cheney by accident.
Was it?
No.
No, Cheney got him, man.
Dick Cheney killed somebody.
Yes.
No, I don't think he killed him.
In Texas.
I don't think he killed him.
Dick Cheney shooting.
But I remember
Dick
that.
Cheney hunting accident.
It was a hunting accident.
That's what I'm saying.
But he didn't kill him.
Oops.
Yeah. But that's exactly what happened.
Listen, the game's here. That's not here, man.
But it was a.
Or they'll sit back and step back behind you.
Yeah.
It's friendly fire.
Friendly fire. but that was Dick Cheney and Bush.
He shot Harry Whittington.
Yeah.
A Texas attorney.
Golly.
With a 28 gauge Perazzi shotgun.
Yeah, it was hit a shot
on a
shotgun.
quail hunt.
But that's what King James said. He said
he didn't kill him. You're right. He
didn't kill him.
They both said it was an accident.
Yeah.
You sure?
That's why he said, confer not with hunters at your council, nor in your council affairs, nor dispatch not affairs at hunting or other games. You got to know the personality of the people that you're hunting with, because this person may have a long-standing grudge. They could have a 5-year grudge on you.
Yeah.
They could have a 6-month grudge. They could have a 10-year grudge on you. You don't know the mentality of people. You at the range, you thinking that we're just having a good time. We're just shooting at the range. We're just about to go hit some targets. But you don't know the deep-seated negative that's in a person's mind.
Yeah.
People say all you need is time and opportunity. You give an opportunity right there.
Yeah, that's an opportunity right there. So he says you don't do that. He says, have the like respect to the seasons of your age. He says, so when you're around people, he says, understand what you can and cannot do with who. Don't put yourself in jeopardy. So a lot of times you got to understand is this person around me? Because we may think, hey man, you know what, everything's going to be okay. That's our optimistic mind. But this is how people end up, slumped over, because they trusted people that had a negative intention. They trusted, say it again, their enemy, right? He said people will use that occasion, that opportunity, to take you out. So obviously King James is telling his son, be prepared and understanding that you got to know who you're dealing with. You got to know the mentality of the people you're around. There has to be some trust, because people will manipulate, slander, and if they can't ruin your character, they might take you out by accident on a hunting range. So he's showing how that trust has to be there, and that discernment has to be there. You have to have that discernment. So let's go back to Nehemiah.
Okay. Matter of fact, let's do one more. Let's do a Psalms 31, verse 13 through 30. No, not 30. Let's just read 13. Maybe the 20. Yeah, read that.
Psalms 31 and verse 13. For I have heard the slander of many. Fear was on every side.
Because that's what ends up coming up from slander. The byproduct of slander is fear. We're going to read that actually. Matter of fact, hold that real quick and read Nehemiah 6 in verse 9. Just the beginning part, the first sentence.
Nehemiah chapter 6 and verse 9. For they all made us afraid.
Hell yeah. Because that letter is saying that Nehemiah wants power in the region, and Nehemiah's decisions are a direct attack against Artaxerxes. So that definitely brings fear amongst Nehemiah's camp. All those soldiers and officers that were with him on this trip from the military escort. Don't forget, he had military escort and help, and soldiers that were dedicated for the Persian army are with him. So they're looking at him like, bro, what are you doing? Is this really true? Is this rumor true? So he has to be conscious of the fact that the soldiers might turn on him. The people, the soldiers, Artaxerxes, that will bring fear on anybody. Well, let's go back to Psalms 31 and verse 13 again.
Psalms 31 and 13. For I have heard the slander of many. Fear was on every side. While they took counsel together against me, they devised to take away my life.
So what they're saying is, if we can't physically kill you, we're going to character assassinate you and hope somebody else kills you from within. Read on.
But I trusted in thee, O Lord. I said, thou art my power. My times are in thy hands.
Because ultimately, that's all we can control. Our time on earth is in the Most High's hands. Whatever he wants to do with us, he's going to do with us. Read on.
Deliver me from the hand of mine enemies, and from them that persecute me.
Because a lot of times when you're in those situations, you don't have a way out. The only power that has a way out is the Most High.
Yep.
He knows how to get you out of it, but it can't come from your hands.
Especially when they had money on Nehemiah's head.
Kinda. And that's why that's why Nehemiah's stressing and David was stressing when Saul was after him. Read on.
Make thy face to shine upon thy servant. Save me from thy mercy's sake.
He's like, listen, make my face to shine upon thy servant. Listen, do what you can to change everybody's perception of me. Make my face to shine upon thy servant. Save me for thy mercy's sake. Read on.
Let me not be ashamed, O Lord, for I have called upon thee. Let the wicked be ashamed, and let them be silent in the grave.
When he said, let me not be ashamed, let me not walk on defense and on eggshells because I'm scared to piss anybody off. Let them sit back here and operate like that. I've done nothing wrong. Why should I be ashamed? Why should I be constantly on defense, defending myself, defending my intentions? I didn't do anything to have to defend myself on in the first place. But lies. Read on.
Let the lying lips be put to silence, which speak grievous things proudly and contemptuously against the righteous.
This is why the Most High's lying lips are an abomination to the Most High. Lips that sit back and create slander It's an abomination because it's hard to change people's perceptions from these lies. Read on. Lying lips isn't just talking about you lying because you didn't eat the last cookie. It's not just that. It's the type of lips saying, I'm going to sit back and defame somebody and give a false report on somebody.
Yep. And then, the scriptures say that a good name is rather to be chosen than silver and gold.
Exactly.
So a good name is powerful. So when somebody puts a stain on your good name, man, that goes down in history that, man, this could follow you for a long time, perpetually, that you can't be trusted of people.
It's like, listen, it's like if you have a business, and somebody gives you a false report on the business, and you can't shake it. Yeah. As soon as you go on Google with your business, this person did this. I will never trust this business again. And it can be a lie. There's actually businesses. There's actually a business that helps eliminate those bad posts if they're disputed. Just listen, man. You can have all kind of good Google thumbs ups, and this one negative Nancy can say some negative stuff and get people from coming back to buying your product or your service. That's a real thing.
And for those that know, we run businesses too. And one of our businesses had a 5-star on Yelp for over 2 years. And somebody wrote some negative stuff about us that wasn't true. And she said, y'all lost my TV screws. Y'all lost my screws to my TV. And we told her that, or the TV mount actually. And we said the TV screws are they're taped on the TV mount so to keep the screws together. She said, well, I couldn't find them. She said, so I'm gonna give y'all 1 star on Yelp or Google.
Off some damn screws that she just was too lazy to go look for.
Yeah, because she couldn't see them. She said, I'm gonna go ahead and write y'all a negative report. Keep in mind, she had COVID 1 week, so we rescheduled her. The next week her car broke down, so we rescheduled her, and we worked around her schedule to help her out because she missing 2 screws. She said, I'm gonna destroy y'all name, and she laughed when she said it too. That they'll show you people get a kick out of destroying your credibility.
Yeah.
They find that amusing. They find that entertaining to destroy the person that, okay, I'm gonna change how people see you. You're not gonna be credible and trustworthy online. I'm gonna destroy you and I'm gonna laugh about it when I do it. That's some evil inside.
That's a dude get on your white sofa with his dirty shoes, like and stomp it on your sofa. Just messing your zone up just because they can.
Just because they can, man. That's how stealthy and negative people are, man. Yeah. They destroy your name.
So you just got to hope the Most High puts it on these people's spirit to not look at one negative scenario out of 500 good ones.
And that's why the scripture says that you have to showing yourself a pattern of good works.
Yes.
Because a pattern of good works is the only thing to really offset somebody that's trying to destroy
a malicious person.
A malicious person trying to destroy your credibility.
But that's what that lying lips is. Yeah. It's a person that wants to destroy you because of their envy, because of their negativity, their hatred, their self-loathing. Some people just want people to be down because they're down. People don't want to sit back and tear other people down because they don't feel good about themselves. That's the reality. So this is messed up. So read Psalms 31 and 17.
Psalms 31 and 17. Let me not be ashamed, O Lord, for I have called upon thee. Let the wicked be ashamed, and let them be silent in the grave. Let the lying lips be put to silence, which speak grievous things proudly and contemptuously against the righteous. Mm-hmm. Oh, how great is thy goodness, which thou hast laid up for them that fear thee, which thou hast wrought for them that trust in thee before the sons of men.
It's like when you're slandered, your only hope is the Most High Christ. Yep. That He defends you, that He protects you from those slanderous people. Yep. Read on.
Thou shalt hide them in the secret of thy presence from the pride of man.
He said the Most High will find a way to hide you and secure your good name and your good works from the presence of these proud, lying people. And what he's saying is, despite these people's attempts to discredit you, the people are still going to love you and respect you. Because that's what he did to David. Despite all the things that Saul did, the people still loved David. And the more Saul was anti-David, the majority of the people were still on David's side. Even the rest of the nations were on David's side. And as we're going to read, the people were still on Nehemiah's side despite these blatant attempts to discredit and destroy him.
Something has to offset that maliciousness of people, man. 1 Peter chapter 2 verse 15 on that same point. Something has to offset that, because you don't have control about how wicked or how evil people will paint your name to be.
2 and 15, right?
2 and 15. You don't have control over that. You don't have any power over that. Read that.
1 Peter chapter 2 and verse 15. For so is the will of the Most High.
He said what?
For so is the will of the Most High.
He said this is what the Most High would want you to do if you're in the midst of being slandered by your enemies. Read on.
That with well-doing.
It says the only way to offset slander is what?
That with well-doing.
Go ahead.
You may put to silence the ignorance of foolish men.
Yeah, because foolish men are ignorant. They're going to slander your name. Right. They're going to try to destroy your assassinate your character. They're going to try to smear you in front of people because of their foolishness and their ignorance. He says, but the Most High says the only way that you can offset that is when somebody try to discredit you is to keep doing good works.
Yep.
That's the only power you have. You can't defend yourself. You want to fight them back. You want to put hands on.
You provide the evidence.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to defend myself. I am a good person. You know, the best thing that you can do is to let your actions speak and keep doing good works and good deeds, and that's the only thing that really offsets somebody's foolishness.
You doing that?
Mm-hmm.
Let's go back to Nehemiah chapter 6 and verse 9 now.
Nehemiah chapter 6 and verse 9. For they all made us afraid, saying, their hand shall be weakened from the work.
It's like now they're going to stop sitting back here and continuing on this construction, finishing these gates. Now they're going to be putting their energy into sitting back here and defending themselves from these accusations. So while their mind is on protecting their hides from getting killed, now the work stops getting in focus. The people stop getting developed. The work isn't completed because now they're focusing on backtracking and politicking and getting back words. Maybe this might draw Nehemiah back to Persia, where he got to sit back here and do a face-to-face with the king to protect his life. All these things, all these slanders, all this stuff is distractions to keep a person from pushing forward and doing the work. Okay? Or it's going to be used to pull him out to confront Sanballat face to face about these accusations. Now you got him in a trick bag. Because what else? A carnal man will sit back here and go face him and say, "Why you lying on? You lying on my name?"
Yep. He's hoping he has that temperament because that's to his benefit.
Exactly. Yep. I'm gonna pull him out in his anger and wipe him out.
And if you look at the operations of an enemy, he's showing you through Sanballat the different strategies of an enemy. First, they mock you in what you're doing. Then they see you serious about it, so then they offer to help you. Because that was another strategy. We'll help you build a wall.
Yeah.
He saw through that.
Yeah.
Then they come in with another strategy. We're just going to destroy you, kidnap you, pillage you, and ransack your endeavors.
And go to war
against you. They can't. If that's not going to work, then we're going to try to slander your name.
Well, before the Senate, have a meeting.
Yeah, we want
a meeting.
A council. We want to talk about it.
Yep.
We want to talk about what you're doing.
How are you doing?
Yeah. Then we're going to go ahead and sabotage your name if that doesn't work. It shows you that these are just different levels
and tactics
of what people will stoop to get you out of the way.
To get you from doing the job the Most High has you do.
Yeah.
Has us ordained to do. Okay? Listen, but this is really good information that we need to learn as we're trying to build a nation. Trying to keep a school together, keep a camp together. This thing is this information is necessarily for sure. Okay, so read verse 9 again.
Nehemiah chapter 6 and verse 9. For they all made us afraid, saying, their hands shall be weakened from the work.
And what he's saying is fear. Fear slows down the work. Fear brings the doubt and the hesitation. And with all those things Shamshawan was explaining, a lot of it was based upon were fear-based moves. Whether it was the fear and the worry of an incoming attack at night, the fear of a daytime attack, the fear of being slandered and sabotaged by people that you work with every day, the fear that one day Artaxerxes' men might come in and arrest you for treason. All this fear, all this mental anguish was created to slow progress down.
Did y'all pull 29 and 25 of Proverbs?
29 and 25. Yes, I'm about to.
Okay.
That's the next phase of what's going on.
Okay.
So let's go first. Psalms 102 and then 1 and then it's your verse
Oh,
next.
it's all good.
No, you're good. You're good.
It's obvious. No, scripture will be there outside the ass.
No, you're good. Everything's okay. So the next verse is Psalms 102 and 1.
Psalms 102 and verse 1. Hear my prayer, O Yahweh, and let my cry come unto thee. Hide not thy face from me in the day when I am in trouble.
So when it comes down to it, when that fear hits you, the first thing you got to do is keep praying. That's that reminder to stay spiritual and keep making this not about your emotions and feelings, but to send your prayer up.
Because a lot of this spirit, these kind of spirits, I see more often not happen on people's jobs. On people's jobs, when people are competing for positions, when people have contrasting personalities they don't get along with, this is an environment that breeds rumors. This is an environment that breeds tactics to where I can sit here and put a bug in someone's ear. Hopefully they can distrust you that's above you. If I get someone above you to be against you or adversary to you or to distrust your work ethic, or I can say that you said this about that person's outfit. They don't like how they're mocking you behind your back. This person's talking behind your back. Now you create skepticism in bosses, which kills the opportunity for promotions.
Yeah.
These are all tactics and things that happen within the workplace. This is why it's a practical class. And also to understand on a geopolitical level and to understand on a just an employment level.
Yep.
And also in the camp level if it's that situation. But this is the reason why we have to be the favor and graces of the Heavenly Father and make the Most High our first priority. Putting the Most High as second and third priority, you are taking your spiritual shield away and you're exposing yourself to these type of demonic attacks and these type of spiritual attacks from negative people. This is another reason why you put the Most High first. This is another reason why you put yourself last for the sake of the works. The Most High always defends you when these spirits do come.
And what I like about the prayer is when you send your prayers up and you do it right, that helps to eliminate that initial anxiety.
Yes.
Because when things hit you hard and that spirit of fear jumps on you, the first thing a person does a lot of times is make extreme decisions, make a bad, hasty move in reaction to how they feel. To send prayers up, to make sure you put the conscience of the Most High first, it always resets you.
Yes.
I'm not going to say that aggravation leaves, because listen, when you're in the spirit of fear, doubt, any battle, it comes in waves.
Yes.
That fear hits you strong. That rage hits you strong. That anger hits you strong. Yeah. But if you can weather that initial wave with prayer, it allows you to counsel, call a brother, call a sister.
Get your bearing back.
Get your footing right.
Yes.
Then you can sit back here and properly deal with what's in front of you. You get what I'm saying? That's why the prayer is so important.
Fact.
Okay? So let that verse go and go now to Proverbs chapter 29 and 25.
Proverbs 29 and verse 25. The fear of man bringeth a snare.
The fear of man, the fear of what man's next move is, the fear of how people are plotting against you, that creates a snare. And if you give too much of your mind to sitting back here and making moves to circumvent moves you think other people are going to make, it just takes your entire focus from the objective. That's why it brings about a snare. I'm so worried about what this person is going to do, how he's going to come at us next, how he's going to respond. What is he going to do politically to come break us? What leverage does she have that he's going to use against me? Now, all that thinking I got going on, now I got ulcers.
Yeah.
Now I'm stressing out.
And it pulls away valuable mental capital.
Because I'm going to tell you this. What people don't understand is that the spirit can't really work with you when you're under significant mental duress and negativity.
Because
The
doubt.
scripture says, into a malicious spirit, wisdom won't enter. So if I got anger and maliciousness and pride and fear and all these emotions flowing through me, the spirit can't occupy in my mind in the same space when I have all this negative flowing through me.
As for the pure, his work is right. You have to have a pure conscience. The Most High blesses your work.
But fear eliminates that pure conscience also. We know maliciousness and lust and all that stuff gets in the way of a clear mind. Fear gets in the way of a clear mind also.
Yes,
and that fear brings about that snare, those things that trip you up to where you make the wrong mistake, make the wrong decision, make a hasty move. And now your situation is even worse than it was before. So sending prayers, counseling with the right individuals helps reset you and make the right decision even when your life is on the line. Or accusations might affect your life down the line. Yep. Yes,
I like what Matthew Henry said about prayer. He says the power of prayer, as it has the key of the clouds, so it has the keys of death. What he's saying is because prayer is an opportunity for you to call on the Most High, and it can pierce the clouds, it can pierce the heavens. So because it can pierce the heavens, it's actually a saving grace. So we have to look at prayer as being something that's instrumental, even though we don't see the end result or we don't see the effectiveness of prayer. It's something that you have to know and be confident in, that the Most High can hear you and that the Most High can intervene for you on your behalf. It can change the course of what's being done against you. So we can't underestimate the power of prayer. We can't undervalue or undermine the power of prayer. It's something that we all can increase, because there's not too many things that actually has the ability to reach the Most High and cause him to petition on our behalf. Alms is one of them. Charity is one of them. Prayer is one of them. Those things we got it. We can't. Fasting is one of them. But those things we can't undermine.
Con, I want to read this just on that fear. 1 Samuel 20:3. Because this was when you're reading Psalms and dealing with how that fear is a snare. Listen, when you're sitting back here and listening to what David is experiencing, if David got out of the spirit one time, that was over for him. 1 Samuel 20 and verse 3. Now listen, Nehemiah's, the heat that's on Nehemiah, I can't say it's the same as David's, but the point is the same. 1 Samuel 20 and 3.
1 Samuel chapter 20 and verse 3. 1 Samuel chapter 20 and verse 3. And David sware moreover, and said, Thy father certainly knoweth that I have found grace in thine eyes. And he said, Let not Jonathan know this, lest he be grieved.
So he's telling to Jonathan, listen, man, Jonathan, your dad knows we're tight. So he's not going to tell you what he's planning to do militarily to wipe me out. He knows you're on my side, so he's going to give you false intel and deal with his real killers to come get me. Read on.
But truly, as the Most High liveth, and as thy soul liveth, there is but a step between me and death.
Either there's one false move, I'm out of here. I make one false move, I get ambushed, my life is kaput. And he's living his life for several years under this duress. One false move, I'm out of there. So listen, what keeps him from dealing with that anxiety? How does he deal with that anxiety the proper way? People in the world, you know what they do? Drink, smoke. They feed the flesh with this level of duress. David stayed spiritual, stayed in prayer, stayed in praise of the Heavenly Father. And because of that, he was clear enough in the mind to make the right decisions to maintain his protection. This is why in Proverbs 29 and 25, fear is a snare. Because most people get panicky and frantic, and they lose making the right decisions. Remember when I think it was Peter that was walking on water, and everything was good, until that wind blew a little bit. He started
Get shaky.
He started getting shaky, and all of a sudden he's panicking. Now he's sinking. That's all of us. And all of a sudden the thinking ain't right, the decisions ain't clear.
Exactly.
Now you're making mistakes.
Yeah.
Now you're about to drown in the damn ocean.
You're the worst.
That's the thing. That's why I said fear is a snare. We have to fight our tails off every day to stay looking at the Most High pure, to trust He's going to come through, to constantly stay in prayer so that the Spirit can keep working through us. Whether it's maliciousness, lust, anger, fear, we can't operate in that spirit and make good choices.
No.
Okay? So let that verse go. Go back to Proverbs 29:25. Proverbs 29:25.
Proverbs chapter 29 and verse 25. The fear of man bringeth a snare, but whoso putteth his trust in the Most High shall be safe.
If you put your trust in the Most High, that means you can stay under control, calm, clear-minded, and that's everything. And if you're clear-minded and with a pure heart towards the Father, the Spirit will give you the answers you need. He'll give you the clarity you need. He'll give you the proper way to handle the disputes going on in your life and in your mind. That's in front of you. Let that verse go and go to Wisdom of Solomon 17 and 12. Wisdom of Solomon 17 and 12.
Wisdom of Solomon chapter 17 and verse 12.
Read that.
For fear is nothing else but a betraying of the succors which reason offered.
Fear is a betrayal of comfort that basic logic gives you. Basic logic gives you the ability to control the narrative. And once we can control things around us, that's how we're used to thinking. We're used to making decisions and moves based on the fact that things are in our control, in our hands, and in our power. But fear is the loss of that control. So in Nehemiah's head, at this point when the Spirit is on me, I don't know if this word's going to get to Nehemiah. I don't know if people in the city are going to try to get me. Do I have to sit back here and get more strict on them now? Do I got to put curfews on the people? Do I got to sit back and interrogate people and make sure they're with us?
Which will make him look like a king.
And make him look like the crazy person.
Because that reaction, that reactivity starts to change. Well, why is his behavior changing?
I heard he's trying to be king. And all of a sudden, making that move puts you in the trick bag.
Yeah.
But in your mind, how can I control, how can I get ahead of this?
Yeah.
How can I react now? And if you're carnal, that's what a carnal person does. Because this fear has broken up my control, let me fight for more control.
Yep.
Versus letting these slanders fly and letting the Most High protect me. That takes real faith. You can sit back and say, nobody can come in and out of these walls.
He's a king.
Unless they come through me. And I want to know why you're going outside. Why are you going to Samaria? Sanballat's in Samaria.
Yep.
Well, what are your affiliations with Sanballat? Everybody that's cool with Sanballat is the enemy of Jerusalem. That's how a carnal person fights to maintain control when he's shook and when he's afraid. So we're reading Wisdom of Solomon is fear is a betrayal of that comfort.
Yeah.
That peace of mind that you got, that everything around you is okay.
Yeah.
So he's like, you can't let that fear start making you make controlling moves just to give you back a sense of control.
Yep. It's a psychological weapon that's used by the enemy. No different than what the media pushes when they keep talking about death and the coming things. The economy's going to go. We already know it's going to happen, but people push fear as a narrative to keep you in a state of panic, which controls the stock market.
Buy all the silver you can get now.
Buy all
get
the gold
all the
now.
gold you can get now.
It was once
precious
said,
metals are everything.
Yeah,
get all the rice you can get now.
This guy's been living in the woods for 40 years because he knew about the coming collapse.
Yes,
he knew. That's why he's been prepping. So if you don't
get your bug out,
if you don't get this beef jerky right now, that can last 25 years. This is 25-year beef jerky.
All flavors.
Yeah, we got all flavors. It's vacuum sealed.
What they tell you, what the funny thing is, listen, I'm not gonna lie. I was calling. How long can I get this meat for? To where it's going to actually last.
Yeah.
They have like a processing plant, a place right here on 1604 in Nacogdoches. I said, how much is this? If I bought a cow right now, we broke it down and we sealed it up. They said it'll last you 2 years. That ain't good enough, man. What's 2 years gonna do, man? Well, what if the apocalypse don't happen to the third year?
Yeah.
What you gonna do with all this meat?
That meat ate already.
That's what I'm saying. I'll be opening
Have a
packages.
jerky party.
I'll be,
I like
listen,
that.
bro. But that's a different process
Oh, yeah.
to deal with the meat.
Oh, yeah.
That's part of the meat you can do that. But I gotta come on, man. What are we gonna do? If you sit back here, some of this food won't last that damn long.
No, listen, we can't perfectly prepare.
Well, but now we're afraid. Now we're scared.
I'm not scared.
I'm just saying.
You can't. There is no perfection in the process because you can have everything prepped. Mossad takes you out,
And then you get robbed.
with a bacteria.
And you can't bring it all out.
Yeah,
How about that?
Or a bacteria pops up.
Yeah.
Or iodine pills, which are sold out online most of the time,
Yeah.
is the only thing that really blocks radioactive material coming into the bloodstream. So all the iodine
So
pills.
there's no
yeah, there's no iodine pills right now. There's
I
no-
got all the meat, but damn, I couldn't get the
I couldn't get the iodine pill. Yeah.
Or you got all the meat in the world with no water.
Yep.
You want to trick that?
That's bad too.
Listen, what good is all the meat? Now I gotta start swapping out meat for water.
You got trade.
Listen, bro. This is no winner. It's no winner. You stacking up for somebody to take it. Listen, I don't know if you ever saw The Road. There was a movie about the end times, Zach. And these people just stumbled on these people's bomb shelter. They died. Whatever happened, whatever they did didn't work. Because their whole shelter at the bottom was full of food, and they weren't able to enjoy it. So they probably got killed by raiders and murderers and all these weird people out.
Yep.
And all that stockpiling was for nothing. What am I trying to say? All I'm trying to say is, when that fear kicks in, don't be so quick to get comfort. Take the fear, acknowledge the fear, and keep doing the job. Keep doing what the Most High's got you going through. Because what we do is, when the fear hits you, and the comfort is taken up and removed from you, we go and stop the task the Most High got us going through, and go to regain our comfort. But in the process of you regaining your comfort, what gets neglected?
It's
The
the
work.
process.
That's the point. Faith is in knowing that this comfort is removed from me. Let the Most High restore my comfort while His work continues to go. That's the clearest way I can explain how to overcome fear with faith.
Staying within the will of the Most High, the Lord.
And not trying to fight to gain control again. Most of what mankind wants and needs is control. We fight every damn day for control because that control is peace. And fear and all these spirits that are attacking us, their purpose is to remove fear. I mean, remove that control from us. That perceived control that ain't really real. Takes that fear from us, takes that control from us, brings fear. And because we're so control-based, we don't continue to do our job for the Most High because we're obsessed with control. So that's what's going on. Read 17 and 12 again.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 17 and verse 12. For fear is nothing else but a betraying of the succors which reason offered.
So when our reasoning is taken out, now we're on this mad dash to get that back in order.
Yeah.
Then I can keep doing the word of the Most High.
Yes, sir.
That means you lost the test. That means you failed. Because the work got to get done regardless. Let that verse...
And we also say, it said that betraying of the secure is safety.
Mm-hmm.
And that what betrays the safety is the idea. Fear gives you the notion that you're by yourself.
Yep.
And that you don't have any help. And that's why prayer is so necessary, because it reconnects you with your power.
Yes.
To know that, you know what, the more that the situation is out of control, the more I need to lock into prayer to the Most High. Because fear will tell you you don't have any help, so you got to make a desperate move.
Yep.
It's all on me. I got to do this by myself. I got to come up with an answer when you actually don't have to do anything but lock into the Most High that much more.
Brilliant. Done? So let's go back. Let's go to Proverbs 3 real quick. 3 and 25.
Proverbs chapter 3 and verse 25. Be not afraid of sudden fear.
And that's why it says, be not afraid of sudden fear. Don't have apprehension in what you're doing. Don't slow up what you're doing because you're afraid. Don't stop the work you do for the Most High because you're afraid. That's the lesson. Because that is the objective of fear. To get you to stop doing what you're supposed to do and fuel the process of regaining your comfort and control back. That's not what we're supposed to do. We have to operate with that fear and loss of control so that the work maintains its priority. Read on.
Neither of the desolation of the wicked when it cometh.
Read on.
For the Most High shall be thy confidence, and shall keep thy foot from being taken.
If you trust in the Most High through prayer, through studying, through counsel, can keep you pushing and operating even though there's a lack of control in your life. That's the key. Doing this work, whether I have control of my situation or not. Because if you're really honest with ourselves, we never really have control of anything.
No.
Because the Most High, any time, can sit back here and take something away from you. Whether it's a job, career, rib, kid. He can take anything from you. Your health, your body. Anything could go at any single time. So we ought to operate. Everything's in the Most High's hands anyway. So let me stop lying to myself and tell myself I have control when I really don't have it. That's how you break fear on a higher level. Operate like you don't control anything anyway. And that everything is based upon the providence of the Heavenly Father. Let that go. And go to Isaiah 24 and 17. Isaiah 24, verse 17 and 18.
Isaiah chapter 24 and verse 17.
Read that.
Fear and the pit and the snare are upon thee, O inhabitants of the earth. And it shall come to pass that he who fleeth from the noise of the fear shall fall into the pit.
And he's telling you, when you feed that fear, and you try to sit back here and run from the fear, and run to comfort, and stop going the path you're supposed to go, he says you're going to run from that fear and fall into the pit that was already set up. Because the fear was intended for you to fall into a pit. And we ate the cheese.
Yeah.
You're supposed to sit back and know fear and see it and go opposite of where fear is taking you so you can fight your battle. We run away from fear. Us running away from fear is us running to comfort. And the process of us running away from fear to comfort, we fall into a literal pit that we can't get out of. Read on.
And he that cometh up out of the midst of the pit shall be taken in the snare.
That snare is there to keep you in the pit. All those pits in Vietnam were not made to come out of.
No.
Listen, it was all that bamboo at the bottom of it.
Spikes bamboo.
With feces. So when you got hit by that bamboo, that feces got in your bloodstream.
You're affected now.
And they had to cut off body parts, cut off knees, legs, limbs, arms. Now you got to go home. It's one less fighter to deal with. But that was the intention of fear in the first place. Running away from your battle is never good for you. It always ends up snake eyes with you. The purpose was to fight through the fear, accomplish the job that was at hand so you can grow. But running away from your battle, running away from fear, was always intended to break you and destroy you. Does that make sense? So it's useless to run from fear or try to make moves to bring about comfort in the midst of you being afraid. Own up to the fear, own up to your life is uncomfortable, and keep putting the Most High first. Okay? Read on.
For the windows from on high are open, and the foundations of the earth do shake.
God. So the purpose is not to run from the battle. It was never the intention for us to do that. Let that go and go to verse 10 in Nehemiah.
Nehemiah chapter 6 and verse 10.
Now listen, this is in the midst of a fearful situation. And we just talked about people that are afraid end up doing what? Making mistakes.
Making hasty moves.
I'm making hasty moves. I'm making irrational decisions. I'm scared. What am I going to do? I don't know who to trust. I don't know what people are thinking about. Now you're paranoid. What is he thinking about me? Why did he smile at me? Does he know something I don't know? Now that paranoia kicks in. Why was he so serious when he dapped me up? Did he read that letter? Why is he acting weird around me? Are they acting weird or you're acting weird?
Listen,
Who's the one that's acting weird? Is the people that are saluting you or is your paranoia?
It's credit confusion.
What, now you're in your head. He normally daps me up a certain way. Why is he changing up on me now? What's going on? He got a problem with me. I know it now. Now that paranoia kicks in. Now you're trying to maneuver ways to counteract his weirdness. Now you get extra weird. Maybe he's reacting to your weirdness.
He might preemptively strike. And then
Maybe he had a bad night with his rib. And they argued all night. And he's just stressed out. But you take his personal life stresses with you. But like he got a knock against you. Because I'm afraid. Because I'm stressing out. Because I'm panicking. What you going to say, Hamza?
No, I'm just saying that it can make you make a decision that you can't take back. Or say words and say communications, hard speeches that you were out the spirit when you made the hard speech, and now you might create an adversary based off that preemptive conversation.
Yep.
Based on fear.
Now, with all this being the case, we got. This is very important that we're setting this up. We're going to all these verses in the pit and the fear, and people running from fear, they fall into the pit. This is how a person can fall into the pit. Read verse 10 again.
Nehemiah chapter 6 and verse 10. Afterward I came unto the house of Shemaiah, the son of Delaiah, the son of Mehetabeel.
Now we're going to read in verse 11 or later on in the verse that this man, Shemaiah, was a prophet. Okay, so now in the midst of all this chaos and stress and uncertainty, he runs to this prophet named Shemaiah. Read on.
It says, the son of Delaiah.
Well, yep, son of Delaiah.
The son of Mehetabeel, who was shut up.
When it says he was shut up, he was in his house locked up. He locked the door and barricaded himself from everybody else. It lets you know how stressful the environment was. That the prophets were locking themselves in their house. It lets you know how tense, how uncomfortable, how awkward the city was. It kind of gives you a pulse of things. People are stressed. People are on high alert. They're already still on high alert because of the possible incoming invasion that might come in. That's not gone. Now the stress from high, Nehemiah's feeling it. The prophets are feeling it. Everybody's afraid. So he comes across this guy Shemaiah, who was a prophet that was locked up in his house. Okay, read on.
And he said, let us meet together in the house of the Most High.
So now he's like, listen, this prophet is telling Nehemiah, let's meet up at the temple. In the temple. In the house of the Lord. He didn't say out in the front or in the court. He didn't say let's go in the court. He said let's go into the house of the Lord. Okay? Read on.
Within the temple, and let us shut the doors of the temple.
He said let's go into the literal house of the Most High and shut the doors of the temple, you and me. Protect ourselves from all this chaos. Protect ourselves from Sanballat, all these incoming threats. If we go into the house of the Lord, the Most High will protect us. Does that sound right? He said, let's go inside the house of the Lord and protect us from all this craziness.
There's a certain level of fear that's uncomfortable. That is, extreme. that he would be that doesn't sound like the Most High didn't commission Nehemiah to be locked in the house.
Listen, I know this. Don't give it up yet. I'm just what you're saying is right. It don't make sense.
It don't make sense that the Most High commissioned Nehemiah to come all the way from the Shushan to go all the way back to Jerusalem, be initiated and commissioned to build the walls, be given the resources to do so, and the Most High bless him all the way so far, just to go back and run and hide into a house.
Now read verse 10. Let us meet together in the house of the Most High. Read on.
And let us shut the doors of the temple, for they will come to slay thee.
They coming to kill you, man. They coming to get you, dog. I'm trying to protect you. Read on.
Yea, in the night will they come to slay thee.
Listen, he's talking of some fear. Right? Listen, if you listen, you want to be like,
In the night.
You want to be like, let me get my bag.
Yeah.
Let me get my bag. Let me get my sword. Let me do something.
Panic.
I need some snacks for the night. I gotta get my bag, my overnight kit. They might come. And let me get the Most High's protection in the temple.
Man, that's somebody that's spooked.
And that's my point. That's a spooky. Listen, that's spooky counsel. That's spooky damn counsel. And that's not the Bible. He's Judah.
They'll get you in the temple.
You can't be Judah in the temple. Only Levi can be in the temple of the Most High. You want to go in the temple? That's not the scriptures.
What are you doing here?
That's not the Bible. Remember that Judite king? I think it was God, I forgot his name. It was in Kings. It was the Judite king that went there and went into the temple, and the priest were trying to stop him.
That was Uzziah.
It was Uzziah. You can't go in the temple. You can't be a non-Israel. You can't be a non-Levite and go in the temple. That's against the law. So that was a spooky counsel off rip.
Man.
It's spooky because it's out of order.
No, that's extreme.
It's extreme. It's against the law. But when that fear is running and rolling, listen, party, you want to sit back and maybe he's right. Maybe part of it like, maybe that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Listen, if you're not thinking clear, if you're not praying, if you're not staying spiritual, he could have easily sat back here and reacted with a let's go. That's not out of the realm of possibility if you're fueling panic. That's one of the first things you got to do when fear is on you, when the spirit of stress is on you, is to stop, pray, and collect yourself. Because you end up making a mistake you can't turn back from. So this Shemaiah the prophet is frantic. He's sitting back here coming from being locked up in his own house to pushing this brother to be locked up in the temple with him. Because that was, listen, it lets you know that all prophets ain't on point. That's another thing. All prophets ain't on point. Okay? So Shemaiah is really fueling this fear. Read verse 11.
Verse 11. And I said, should such a man as I flee?
I'm a leader of the nation. I'm still got to be responsible for all these people. Should I flee? If I'm fleeing, what about the other people? Are they going to flee? If they see me running to the top of the city and hide like a little girl, what's the rest of the people, inhabitants, going to do? Now they're going to make individual decisions out of fear also.
And make their own form and version of that. They're
going to make their version of their fear and rebellion. So he's like, when he says such a man as I, he's not acting like he's on a level. He's just saying a man in my position. Can I really make this move and be afraid and run? Not from my position, I can't run.
He understands that if he does that, everybody else will do it too.
It didn't make sense. Read on.
And who is there that being as I am would go into the temple to save his life?
He said, what person is going to go in the temple to save his life? That doesn't make sense. And what person has ever done that? When fear, huh?
There's somebody did it. I'm not sure. One guy, he grabbed the horns of the altar.
That was Joab.
Yeah.
And he got slayed.
I know that. But that didn't work. It didn't work though.
Wait,
What he's saying is it didn't work.
Yeah.
Going in the temple and hiding from whatever judgment is going to come your way ain't going to work. It ain't like Sambalot and these non-believers are going to go in that temple and say, whoa, they're in the temple. We're not going to go in there.
Only Levites.
That's the holy place. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going in there. I'm not going to do that. You think Edom and Moab give a damn about that? These crazy damn Philistines going to do that? Like, that ain't the right play. That's not the spiritual play. Because whatever Nehemiah did, he stopped and collected himself, stayed in the book, stayed prayed up, and made a legitimate decision, a wise decision. Read verse 11 again.
Verse 11. And I said, should such a man as I flee? And who is there that being as I am would go into the temple to save his life?
He's like, I'm not going to do that. And men in my position don't do that. They don't make decisions like that. Read on.
I will not go in.
Now hold this.
Being scary.
I'm not going to be afraid. I'm not going to be a bad example. And that's not going to solve my problem anyway. Running into the temple and hiding out there is not going to solve the problem. Numbers 18 and 7. Let's go there real quick.
Sorry about that.
Numbers 18
7.
and verse 7.
Numbers chapter 18 and verse 7. Numbers 18 and 7. Therefore, thou and thy sons with thee shall keep your priest's office for everything of the altar, and within the veil.
Matter of fact, give me verse 6.
Numbers chapter 18 and verse 6. And I, behold, I have taken your brethren the Levites from among the children of Israel. To you they are given as a gift for the Most High, to do the service of the tabernacle of the congregation. Therefore, thou and thy sons with thee shall keep your priest's office for everything of the altar, and within the veil, and ye shall serve. I have given your priest's office unto you as a service of gift, and the stranger that cometh nigh shall be put to death.
Listen, anybody that wasn't a Levite was a stranger. That's not just talking about the nations. Anybody that was a non-Levite that went to that tabernacle and later on the temple, that went into that temple area, was going to get put to death. It was only for the Levites to occupy. So he's sitting back here. This prophet is saying, you know what? Forget this, man. I'm afraid. Listen, you need to sit back here and come with me. We can go to this temple and get this protection. You're the governor. They ain't going to do nothing to you. He's trying to get Nehemiah to compromise right from wrong and follow the law because he's afraid.
Using fear as a tactic.
Using fear as a tactic. Exactly.
Just want to get a scripture on that too. Jeremiah chapter 2 verse 13. Jeremiah chapter 2 verse 13.
Jeremiah chapter 2 and verse 13.
Read.
For my people have committed two evils.
The Most High said, you double up on evil. How? Read on.
They have forsaken me.
It says the first thing that we do that's wrong is to forsake the Most High. Sometimes fear will make you forsake the Most High. He said that's one evil in itself. Is when you stop being obedient because you're so afraid of a situation that you trade off following the Most High to giving in to your own fear and your own panic and anxiety. He says that's one evil. Read on.
They have forsaken me, the foundation of living water.
The fountain.
Salah. They have forsaken me, the fountain of living water.
He says, the Most High said, I'm the fountain of living water. I'm the one that keeps you alive. I'm the keeps you alive physically, spiritually, and everything. He says that's one evil is to forsake the Most High and not going to the Most High as your source of protection. That's number one. Read on.
And hew them out of cisterns.
The second evil is when you go try to find your own safety.
Mm-hmm.
When you go against using the Most High as the source of your strength, and you cast him off and neglect him because you're so afraid, then you start going to create your own level of protection. That's another form of evil.
Mm-hmm.
That's another form. That's doubling up on evil. Is that you try to find your own answer and your own remedy to an own solution to your problem.
And that's how you fall in that pit.
That's how you fall in that pit, because now you've shown the Most High twice as much evil. You denied him and you went for self. That's twice as evil.
And there was a king like that in the history of the kings that paid money, I think, to the Ethiopians
For protection.
for protection. He didn't go to the father and
To
say,
the
"What do you want me to do?"
No. What he did is he paid the Assyrians. Reason I say that is
Okay, I don't remember
because
the
he had
details.
faith. He had faith when he fought the Ethiopians. Moses was going to come through for him.
Yeah.
But then the second time around, he forgot the lesson he learned with the Ethiopians. Then he paid money.
100,000 talents of silver.
To the Samaritans to take out the northern kingdom that he was in battle.
Yeah.
And the consequence was the prophet told him, "You're going to be in constant wars and uncomfortable because you just didn't trust me like you did the first time." You know what I mean? So that's definitely the case. Yes. What's up, Sean?
No.
Okay.
What would you want?
No, God. He said you cut it. He said that's one evil. The second evil is to do what?
And hewed them out cisterns, broken cisterns.
He said now you go cut out your own form of protection, and your own form of protection and safety is what? Broken. It doesn't work. So you create two evils: one denying the Most High and going to him to help you solve a problem, and then the second evil is you making your own solution and creating your own answer. That really isn't really an answer. It's really not a real solution. He said it's a broken cistern. A cistern is a vessel that's supposed to hold water. He says you go try to provide for yourself and it doesn't work. Read on.
That can hold no water.
It doesn't hold no water. Meaning the answer you come up with out of panic doesn't work. Read.
Is Israel a servant?
And they said because you do these two evils, it keeps you in a state of slavery.
Yep.
Fear keeps you in bondage.
Yep.
It says Israel servant. Read on.
Is he a homeborn slave?
It is
We're a
explaining
servant to our fear.
to your slave. You're a slave to fear because you don't trust me. So therefore, you don't give me an opportunity to provide a solution. You go make your own solution. So you're always a captive, and you're always a slave, or you're always in a pit, or you're always in a snare. But the snare is created by fear. And I just want to read this out of Philo, page 891. He says, the one most powerful relaxation of the soul leads to the sacred love of the one living God, teaching mankind to take God as its guide in all their plans and words and actions. So he said that if you want true relaxation, what Philo said, if you want true relaxation, he says the Most High has to be the one you pursue as the guide in all your plans, all your words, and all your actions. Then you can have true relaxation. Then you got true comfort. But it's not until that time you'll always be a slave to your fear. You'll always be a slave to panic and anxiety and what if this doesn't work, or I got to have 50 different backup plans because I don't really see the Most High as my one true backup plan or one true plan in itself. So let that go and go back to Nehemiah.
Before we jump back to Nehemiah, I want to go to Psalms 25 and 21.
Psalms 25, 21.
Read that.
Let integrity and uprightness preserve me.
He says, let integrity and uprightness preserve you. Listen, your integrity. So when you're sitting back here and fear is rolling through your head, the whole world's collapsing.
Yeah.
If you're going to go down being honorable with the Most High. Why go down breaking the laws? Why go down being out the spirit? He says, let your integrity and uprightness preserve you. Let that be what I hang my hat on.
Yep.
Not breaking the law and just doing what I got to to save my own hide. That ain't the spirit. But a lot of us make moves just to preserve ourselves and keep us breathing a little bit longer.
Yep.
Let that verse go and jump to.
They said, well, you want to finish that verse?
This morning? Okay,
yeah,
sorry.
just that last part.
Yes, exactly. Read on.
For I wait on thee.
For I wait on thee. Whatever the Most High's verdict is, let him bring the verdict to me, but let me at least maintain my integrity. What is integrity? To keep your original state. It's what the Most High hates the most. Is all of a sudden, my life is uncomfortable, I'm fearful, I'm risking loss, and now I switch up my respect towards the Most High. Now I switch up my honor and my order. That's what he hates. If you're going to be about me, be about me. Be about me to the end. Like the three holy children did with Nebuchadnezzar.
Yep.
We know the Most High can deliver us from this situation, but if he chooses not to, it ain't changing a damn thing I'm saying. That's integrity. Whether the Most High chooses to remove Nehemiah from this battle, or if he has to die by Sanballat's hand, why should his integrity and his honor towards the Most High and his willingness to follow the law change based on if he's going to lose or not?
Him running to that house was a form of cowardice.
Yep.
And that was a form of cowardice, showing that I don't trust the Most High no more. I got to find my own avenue for safety.
Con.
And the Most High can't. The Most High is a man of war.
Yeah.
You got to be okay. You gonna be a coward and run into the house, or you gonna stand and fight if they come and keep doing the work and pay no never mind to whatever the plans of the nations around you are. It's no different than us right now. The nations are against us now, today, to this very day. They're not on our side. But do we stop doing the work of the Most High to try to evade the country, get out of America? I gotta go to Sri Lanka.
Yeah.
Right now they got long term.
They take care of the black man.
Yeah, they got long term visas in Sri Lanka. There's no time limit on the visas. I can stay in Sri Lanka and it's cheap. I got to get the hell out of here. But we can panic and go, or we can still fight and preserve what the Most High has given us to do in order to sustain as many people as possible in the work that we're doing with our hands.
Integrity is everything. For young people, when there's people at school trying to push you to sit back here and dress weird, eat the wrong foods,
Yeah.
smoke, do drugs, all that craziness because of peer pressure.
Yep.
Peer pressure is an attack on your integrity.
Yes.
Don't let peer pressure or how people look at you change your decisions in Christ.
Yeah.
Your decisions for the Most High. Because what you're learning in this fishbowl called high school or middle school, believe me, you might not be in that fishbowl, but the Most High is looking at you like you're in a fishbowl.
Mm-hmm.
When you leave school, and we have to make decisions based on integrity, based on the fact that if I stay in order and hold fast to the methods and teaching, the principles, the Most High will bless me. And hold on to the principles and wait. Hold on to your honor and wait. Too many times we don't think we're being defended. People care. Then we sit back and break the law and get out of pocket. We do it to our loved ones and we do it to the Most High. But one of the keys when you're in that panicky spot, don't let your fear or what's going on in your head change you from your work and your job. Okay?
And dictate our
Your decisions. Exactly. Read Job 27 and 5. And then Proverbs 11 and 3. Job 27 and 5.
Job 27 and verse 5.
Mm-hmm.
Most High forbid that I should justify you.
Mm-hmm.
Till I die, I will not remove my integrity from me.
And that's the point. What he's saying is, well, Job is like, if I have to die, then let me die being in order with the Most High. Let me not die compromising my beliefs because things are hard for me. This is what Nehemiah is being conscious of in the midst of a stressful, damning situation.
That's in Maccabees also.
Mm-hmm.
The older man Eleazar.
Yep.
You know, he said for a little more time on earth.
It ain't worth it.
And eat this. It's not important. It's not important.
But I'm jacking my people up. I'm destroying my people out. Just for another year or two. That trade-off ain't worth it. Let's go to Proverbs 11:3.
Proverbs chapter 11 and verse 3. The integrity of the upright shall guide them.
When you don't know what to do, when you don't know what the next move is, and a lot of times fear or a lot of craziness going on in your life can impede clarity. But when life is unclear, what guides you through your life is integrity. If I don't know the next move, then by golly, I bet I'm gonna do things in order. And if I'm not sure how I'm gonna do it, I'm not gonna compromise right from wrong to get what I'm trying to get.
Integrity is the unwritten instructions.
Con.
When you're looking for answers and solutions to problems,
And you can't see what direction to go.
the only answer is you cannot. Or how about this? You cannot sacrifice integrity. The sacrifice of integrity is always the wrong decision.
Con. And that's the point. And that's how your decisions and the directions you go get clearer.
And it's in the kings also, because you have a king that he went to war, put on disguise,
Yeah.
and thought he could hide because he's in disguise.
Yep.
And the spirit of the adversary and the spirits in general still
That was Ahab.
perceived him. They still perceived this is the guy we need to attack. And they got him anyway. So that disguise didn't work.
No, what they did is, if I'm not mistaken, Ahab put the king's clothes on Jehoshaphat
Yep.
to get him wiped out. But they ended up killing Ahab instead.
Exactly. Because and that was a lack of integrity decision he made.
Mm-hmm.
We're still dealing with spirits.
Yep.
And spirits see a weakness or opening for attack when we sacrifice our integrity. Your integrity is your shield. Your integrity is your protection.
Yep. And because Nehemiah didn't have an answer to this question, he didn't know what to do.
Yeah.
But he knew what he wasn't going to do. He wasn't going to go in that temple
Yeah.
and break the law. That ain't the answer. I don't know what the hell to do right now. Sanballat's trying to kill me. My people might kill me.
Yeah.
But I know one damn thing for sure. I'm not going in that temple and breaking the law of the Most High to piss him off any more than what it is.
And the beginning of
You see the whole point about the integrity?
Yeah.
Integrity helps to guide your decisions. I don't know what I'm going to do, but I'm not going in that temple. Because now I'm breaking the law. It's one thing to not know what to do. It's another thing to sit back and break the law to get you out of a situation.
Yeah.
So let that verse go and go to Proverbs 20:7.
Proverbs 20:7. The just man walketh in his integrity.
God. Read on.
His children are blessed after him.
All you can do is walk in your integrity. That's all you can do. Now, I do want to pull a verse real quick. And it is in Maccabees, 1 Maccabees 2:37.
First Maccabees chapter 2 and verse 37.
Read it.
But said, let us die all in our innocence.
If we're gonna die, let me sit back here and be innocent while if I gotta go down. Why am I gonna sit back here and go down, hiding and breaking the law and doing things that are weird to try to protect myself? If I'm gonna go down, let me go down in my innocency. That's the only thing I can give the Most High, in hopes that He has mercy on me. It's how innocent I've been, how in order I was I locked into the Heavenly Father, that I do things the right way. If I'm worried about life or death situation, All I can control is my innocence. And whatever the Most High does from there, He gonna do it. His will be done. We're trying to go and protect myself from the fear of death. You're asking for the Most High to turn His back on you even faster.
Yep.
It's just a spiritual way to look at things. Last verse on this point. You want a verse? Yeah.
Yeah, Proverbs 2 and 7.
Okay.
Proverbs 2 and 7.
Proverbs 2 and 7. Proverbs 2 and 7. Proverbs 2 and 7. He layeth up sound wisdom for the righteous.
He lays up sound wisdom for the righteous. Instructions that make sense, that are grounded. Read.
He is a buckler to them that walk uprightly.
He's a buckler or a shield or a protective apparatus for those that walk uprightly. Walking upright means that maintain integrity. And in the Septuagint translation, it says, He treasures up salvation for them that walk uprightly. He will protect their way. The Most High is promising to protect you if you and give you salvation in your condition, or whatever situation you're in, or scenario you're in, if you maintain an upright nature. The upright nature is the spirit of integrity. If you don't sacrifice your integrity, He will protect you.
And the Most High only knows your integrity when you face adversity. That's the only way to identify what your integrity is. And that's the definition of alacrity.
Yep.
Alacrity says cheerful willingness as to the soldiers advanced with alacrity to meet the enemy. So it's a readiness of mind when you're in the face of danger.
Wow.
Or are you a coward in the face of danger and you're ready to run? Then it shows that you didn't have any integrity. It showed that you didn't have enough resounding faith towards the Most High to stand in the face of adversity. And that's how the Most High knows, as a testimony to know who believes in Him and who doesn't, based on how they respond to different stimulus.
Yes.
The stimulus or the opposition and the response of it is a very detailing reader to the Most High of who do you believe in. That's how the Most High can identify who you believe in. It's not until something or someone or something is standing in opposition to you, then the Most High get a readout of your integrity. And this person got integrity or not. Or look at how quick he's ready to evade Sanballat. Look how quick he's ready to evade the nations or the work, or ready to throw it away because somebody has a plot to kill him. So Nehemiah was also at the same time not just building a wall, he was under the scrutiny of the Most High to look at his determination.
Wow.
And think about it too. That whole wall plan could have risen or fell on Nehemiah's shoulders.
Yep.
His integrity sustained the building of that wall.
No doubt.
So it was the wall was a reflection of Nehemiah's integrity. Also, as much as it is a protection for the nation of Israel.
No doubt. No doubt. Let's read 1 John 4 and 1. And this is how to process counsel, surrounding counsel in the midst of a fearful situation. Because Nehemiah had to sit back here. He's listening to counsel from prophets and priests, and everybody around him was giving him their take on what he should do next. So read 1 John 4 and 1.
1 John chapter 4 and verse 1. Beloved, believe not every spirit.
Listen, and when you're in a position to have to make decisions, you can't believe every counsel, every spirit, every person's take on a situation. Just because this prophet Shemaiah said, well, you got to go to the temple, dog, and protect yourself. That don't mean that's the answer. That don't mean that's what the Most High is trying to sit back and tell you to do. You got to think about, okay, is this really what Most High wants me to do? Or is this guy just talking out of his head?
Yeah, what's the confirmation? What's the spiritual confirmation?
How do I know this spirit first? Is it against the law? This was against the law. So the only way for him to do this is to use his clout and power to make this move.
So he's telling him to go run into the temple
With him, with
him.
Shemaiah.
Which he's not a Levite.
Exactly.
So he wants him to break the law to sustain his safety.
That's the point. So we're like, that's
why
how
the
you got to
devil
try the spirit by the spirit.
That's a
Like,
little
this is
devil
wrong, man. And a person would do it if he just completely spooked and controlled by fear and not thinking clearly.
And if he's not studying.
Yeah.
Because these little alternative flimmy flam ideas, they catch people slipping when they're not
When you're not in the book.
spiritually sensitive.
Kind of.
When you're not in the book, it looks like it makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that doesn't mean go to the temple.
It's the Lord's house. Why can't you go to the Lord's house?
Yeah.
For protection.
But that means you're not studying enough. You're not detailed in the book, and you're not around. Most importantly, you're not around spiritual people. Most of the kings in Israel collapsed behind being around spiritual communicators.
Counselors, yeah.
Yeah.
People that tell him what he wants to hear.
Yeah.
So you got to try the spirit by the spirit when you're in these situations to protect yourself from danger.
Yeah.
Danger from the Most High, punishment, and danger from your enemies. Enemies, whether you know them or not, knowing or unknowing. He doesn't know what Shemaiah's intentions are here. He doesn't know why he's saying this.
This is bad counsel.
He is a spooked out guy giving me spooked out counsel.
And it's bad counsel from a fellow Hebrew.
Yes, and that's the point. Listen, so in the midst of this, what's this brother saying? He's like, listen, man, should I do this? Why is he even saying that? Because part of him is like, maybe I should go there. He's like, nah, I ain't doing this. Should I do this? Why should I do this? Is this really what the Spirit wants me to do? Is this what the Scriptures say to do? Does this make sense? You see, listen, he's got a bunch of thoughts going on in his head. But he was wise enough to think this thing out spiritually, and he tried the Spirit by the Spirit. What he's going through in his mind in verse 11 is him trying this counsel, trying this direction, trying this hasty damn decision to think it through.
You know, that it just shows you how the closer that they get to completely sealing that wall up, Satan is going to throw all kind of tactics, man. Not from an obvious enemy, but also from an enemy within.
Yes.
Because you got to know if that counsel is sound by the Most High. Just because I might say that's a brother, he might call this prophet that's a brother. He's a Hebrew. But how do you know that counsel is right by the Most High?
That's the point.
I mean,
read verse 12.
I think we had a situation in the scriptures with that one prophet who ended up dying by the donkey.
Yep.
He said, if you go to this land, the Most High said, listen, if you go here, go this direction, and not go out the same direction. Don't eat with nobody, don't talk to nobody, don't chill with nobody. Drop the message and go out a different way. And the other guy said, hey, I am too a prophet of the Lord.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the Lord told me.
That was Jeroboam's time.
That must come to my house and eat. And then he's like, now is what decision does your flesh like the most?
Because that was a spiritual. He was a spiritual guy too.
He said, as long as I live, I will not go that direction. He said he kept the counsel. Then the spirit hit him again the second time.
No, the flesh hit him again.
Yeah.
The flesh hit him again. Like those multiple letters be hitting. There's multiple attempts to the same diversion. He said, listen, I'm a prophet. I'm a prophet of the Lord. Yeah. Come to my house and eat.
The Lord told me to do this too.
Because you are a prophet of the Lord, I will go to your house.
Yes.
And then, as he's eating, the Spirit of the Lord jumped on him for real and said, since you have violated the law this day, you have violated my order this day, you shall die this day. And the dude left.
And that lion
and then here comes a lion out of nowhere. And the lion didn't eat his animal, he ate him. And the animal stood there in public. It was just a public spectacle. Why that happened? The Most High is showing you there's some things that look spiritual that are not.
Yes. There's no doubt about that. And this is what Nehemiah is realizing.
It's off-brand counsel.
He's like, man, this guy, the Most High gave him a counsel or some vision every once in a while. Don't mean this answer is correct. And that's what 1 John 4:1 says. Now let's go back to Nehemiah 6 and 12. And after he made the decision not to go to the temple to hide, read verse 12.
Nehemiah chapter 6 and verse 12. And lo, I perceived that the Most High had not sent him.
Now it's coming together. Most High didn't send this man to sit back here and tell me to go and fight. I mean, not to go and fight, but to go ahead and run. He didn't tell me that. Read on.
But that he pronounced this prophecy against me.
He said, but this guy sit back and made this prophecy up. Read on.
For Tobiah and Sanballat had hired.
They hired this guy out. He hired the snake in the grass.
What?
To send me
That guy was
into the temple out to kill me.
That was a setup.
That was just, it was
plot.
it was That's the point. But he would have never knew that he was trying to kill him if he just would have been following his fear.
Wow.
And that's how following your fear takes you into a pit.
And when you come out the pit,
There's
there's a snare waiting for you.
And that's the point. The only way he got out of this is he maintained his integrity.
Man.
That's the only way he saved his hide.
And what's crazy is that they were going to kill him right in the
In
temple.
the temple, he was about to get him when he got relaxed. He was going to sit back and fifth rib him out
And collect his money out.
and get his money out.
There's a Judas in every time frame.
And brother,
Wow.
that's why the scripture says, amongst my people are wicked men. But the point is, he would have never knew that. The only thing that protected him was his what? Integrity. His integrity saved his life. That saved him. He didn't know off the rip that this guy got paid by Sanballat and Tobiah. He didn't know that. He made his decision based off, this is against the law. This ain't the spirit. I don't know why this guy's telling me to go in this temple like this, but that's not a spiritual solution to my battle. One, it's against the law. And two, what type of message and example am I showing to the body? His integrity saved his life. And that's the lesson that we got to learn in our life. We're not mind readers. We don't know exactly who's against us and what their negative intentions are set for us. All we can control is our good works. And living and making the right decision to please the Heavenly Father. And if you're guided by integrity, the Most High will protect you in your life. Does that make sense?
It's amazing, bro.
That is an amazing angle,
There's no way to unfoil that plot, man.
This guy was a snake in the grass.
Man.
That was a snake in the grass. And there was no way he was going to figure that out.
Wow.
There was no way.
You couldn't read that one.
There was no way to read it unless you had been led by your fear. And the Most High set it up that way. He's like, if Nehemiah is led in the carnal, he's going to die. If he makes the spiritual move, he lives. That's crazy, right?
Scary.
Brother, I tell you what, the things in the foretime are for our learning.
Yeah, that just shows you how.
Imagine when this whole thing breaks down, and we're living off of faith. Whether we're having to hide, whether we're having to be responsible for numerous people, you don't think there's going to be plants that come into the body with all the best intentions? They try to do well by us and give us a couple good angles, and then they try to come and take us out and put us in situation where we can die. You don't think this is not a real situation, right? That down the line there won't be plants and people that come in here that try to take out the leadership to break the body up. This is very real, and our only way to navigate through it is integrity. And if we're in a situation where we sit back and feed our flesh and choose the flesh out of fear or lust or pride or doubt, that's where we're exposed. So we better fight and learn these lessons so we can circumvent the loss and protect ourselves and our families. Like I said, that was really crazy. When I read, I was like, man, this guy was a dirtbag guy. This guy was a dirtbag. And you would have never knew what his intentions were by how he presented himself.
Well, it shows how there's different levels of deception that come in the form of spiritual sound counsel. But when you look at if you're tethered to the Most High, and you have integrity, and you're trying the Spirit, and you're trying to really be in tune with prayer, and you got to ask yourself, did the Most High bring me this far to run and hide? Did the Most High bring me this far to shut myself in, lock myself in the house, or try to create and manufacture my own safety?
That's why you got to try the Spirit by the Spirit.
You would never know.
I know, bro.
Because it just sounds like, man, that's a good idea. Yeah. Every idea sounds like a good idea if you didn't thoroughly examine the idea.
Because it's like, maybe I just go in this temple to think things out, get my head clear.
Yeah, or just a temporary hiding spot.
That's my point. Is to get my head together, figure out my next move. Because that's an innocent way of looking at it.
Yeah.
But not realizing you make that move, you sign a death warrant.
Or I'm gonna be here till it cool off.
Yeah.
I'm gonna wait till the threats from outside cool down a little bit, and I'm gonna just hang out in the temple until it pass over, and then I'll come back out.
But that's the snare, and that's the pit. Making a fearful move versus making sure that the decisions are based off integrity and the spirit eye.
And that's a. You have to use a virtue,
Yep.
not to get caught into that quick decision making.
Kinda.
The virtue that you use so that you don't get caught into that quick thinking is temperance. Because temperance is the ability to stay calm and cool-minded under pressure.
Yep.
So if you don't possess the virtue of temperance, you'll quite often make hasty decisions that will cause you to land into a pit.
And temperance is still a form of faith.
It is.
Kinda. Listen, read Jeremiah 5:26.
Jeremiah chapter 5 and verse 26.
Crazy. That was a crazy story.
Yeah, bro.
The angle was crazy.
Read that. I'm sorry, Jeremiah 5:26.
Jeremiah 5 and verse 26.
Why'd you do it?
For
man?
among
Tell me
my
why.
people are found wicked men.
He said, from among my people
Yeah.
are found wicked men.
Wow.
And that's the truth. Read on.
They lay wait as he that setteth snares.
They said they lay wait and try to set snares and traps for you. He knows the spirit of fear is going around. Let me feed that fear so I can get him alone and kill him. Let me feed that fear that's present amongst everybody in the city. Exploit that in him. If he compromises himself and breaks the law and goes in this temple, I got him. That's how I break him.
I mean, Sanballat was really a deceptive dude.
He ran the entire region. You don't run the Syrian region if you're not a crime boss. If you're not like the Godfather.
Exactly.
You got it. You have to operate stealthy like that.
God.
Well, read on, man.
They set a trap. They catch men.
And they catch men with these schemes and traps. This is the only thing that saved Nehemiah is he kept the law and maintained his integrity.
They catch men by fake counsel.
Kinda. But the fake counsel is all based upon the exploitation of that flesh that's inside of you. The counsel only sticks because you got a part of you that wants to feed the flesh.
Yeah. It's only bait. The fake counsel is only bait if it satisfies a particular lust.
That's the point.
You know, inside
that's inside of you.
Yeah.
And the only way you don't eat the cheese is that you don't feed the flesh.
Yeah.
If you're about feeding the flesh, that's how you'll get exploited. Listen, that's how politicians get honeypotted.
Yep.
Listen, remember I told you about AIPAC and how they all have a handler? That handler watches them and everything they do. So once that handler catches you slipping and got video evidence of it, now what? Now I don't got to give you all this money. I got you on camera doing this. Now you got to serve me.
You're in the trick bag.
You're in a trick bag. This is bad. This is bad, Bill. Once this comes out, man, you're done. This is 25-year sentence, maybe 30-year sentence.
This is perjury.
Or it's election season. Try to get elected.
Yeah. And you out here doing this.
Listen.
Honeypot is a real thing, bro. What do you think that Epstein Island was all about? You realize that Epstein Island and Epstein was funded by the Mossad, right? In Israel. That was a way to have leverage. Yes, Mossad had Epstein do all that stuff. All those rooms in Epstein Island had cameras. Hidden cameras. Everybody having fun. Hey, it's cool. I'm doing my thing. Then they sit back after you get caught slipping. Hey, man, this is what's going on with you. We're going to keep helping you out in your plans to sit back and re-elect for this position or that position. But hey, if you back away, we got leverage on you. And we'll use it. That's what Epstein Island was about. That's what those type of environments are about. It's to catch you on camera in compromised situations so they have blackmail leverage on you. So you will stay doing what they want you to do. That's the angle. But I'm bringing that up to just explain that the deceit, the only way to set a snare for you by these wicked men are based upon, are you going to feed and fuel your lust, fear, doubt, pride, to make a decision that ain't spiritual. Because when you make that non-spiritual decision, that's how you expose yourself to getting hit.
You know, you can listen to those declassified FBI recordings when they were interviewing Malcolm X, and they're telling Malcolm X, you know, just feed us some intelligence on, you know, Nation of Islam, and, you know, give us certain people. And he said, man, you think I'm gonna give you some people? You got the wrong guy. He said, well, you know, we make people disappear. So when the FBI is telling you we make people disappear, and they're telling you this, you got a decision to make.
Yeah.
You know,
am I gonna snitch and be safe?
Yeah.
Or not play ball and die?
You know, it's a threat.
You know why they wanted that? Because they were like, listen, remember, even in the Malcolm X book, I mean, the movie, they were like, they were listening to all this conversation. They said, man, this guy's a choir boy in comparison to Martin Luther King.
Yeah.
They said, we got some dirt on this guy. We got some dirt on MLK. It's harder to find dirt on you. That's what they were saying.
Yep. There's no leverage.
There's no leverage. So now I got to assassinate you.
Now I'm gonna tell you that we make people disappear.
Exactly.
Now the threat is greater.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so, you know, he said, you know, you got to kill me then.
Yep.
And so it just shows you, even in an isolated room when nobody was listening, it shows you that he wasn't gonna let go of his integrity.
That's the only thing that saves you when people are plotting against you.
Yeah.
When they're coming at you, the only thing that saves you is your integrity and being on point with the Heavenly Father.
Yeah.
Because if not, they're going to use your weakness to destroy you. Destroy your name or destroy you. And Nehemiah dodged a bullet because he maintained his integrity out. Because amongst our people are found wicked men out.
Yeah.
They're constantly going to look for snares to trap you in out.
And the love of
and
money,
a profit out.
the love of money is the root of all evil. That greed. Exploit that greed.
And it shows you that an unknown condition where you don't know where if things going to be okay.
You couldn't control it.
You can't see clearly.
Damn, bro.
In a foggy situation where death is around the corner, and you got people plotting on you, assassinating your character. Everybody's your enemy. You know there's some hired people you got money on your head. How would you know that counsel that came from a prophet was not good counsel?
Kinda.
Yes, sir.
Is that an aspect of walking through the valley of the shadow of death?
Kind. What David prayed about.
Everybody's out to get him.
Yeah.
Everybody's out to get him, man.
But he said, I will fear no evil.
And this is another reason why you can't have that take your word for it mentality everybody likes to have. They take your word for it because they don't study. If you're building a strong connection with the Father and you're studying and you're learning from the wisdom around you, when you're in those situations, you have past experiences where this counsel wouldn't have worked. You have at least a Rolodex, or you have an index of experiences with the Most High and in the book. And this don't make no sense, bro.
And so they say in the multitude of counselors, there's safety.
Huh.
That counsel didn't sound right.
Kinda.
It obviously it didn't sit well with Nehemiah to follow that particular counsel. That didn't sound right.
This dude is spooked out and give me spooked out counsel.
Yeah.
Brother, let's read Zephaniah 3:1. Zephaniah 3 verse 1 through 5.
Zephaniah chapter 3 and verse 1. Woe to her that is filthy and polluted, to the oppressing city.
Listen, the oppressing city is Jerusalem, man. We always talk about Edomite nations. The oppressing city he's talking about is Jerusalem. Now, can we pattern other cities and countries and nations off of this same pattern of wickedness? No doubt. But when Zephaniah is penning this, he has Israel in mind. Read on.
She obeyed not the voice. She received not correction.
The city, the people, the nation don't receive correction. Read on.
She trusted not in the Most High. She drew not near to her power.
This is why our job as Israelites is so challenging, because a handful of people have to change the culture and the way of thinking of an entire nation. That's not easy. Read on.
Her princes went within her are roaring lions.
Her princes are roaring lions. They're takers. They're bulliers. When you see the lion in the jungle, does anybody challenge that lion?
Nope.
That lion got everybody in fear. Just like the princes of Judah and Benjamin. They have everybody in fear. Everybody's walking on eggshells. Big bank take little bank. Mm-hmm. These lions are sitting back here taking whatever the hell they want. Everybody's Debo. The princes of Debo. Remember Friday we heard that damn bicycle like,
Yeah.
Ding, 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 ding. Dun, 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 dun. They was like damn jaws coming in. Dun, 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 dun. Hide your chain. Everybody's hiding their chains, hiding their gold, putting money in different pockets under their socks. Like you ain't gonna. When you pat me down, there's nothing, bro. I don't have nothing. No, I don't have nothing. That dude got caught with his. That's my mama's necklace. That's mine, bro. That's mine, chump. That's mine. He's like the princess. It's like Debo, right? Like roaring lions in the city.
Taking things.
What you got is mine. How am I going to get it? Read on.
Her judges are evening wolves.
Bro, the judges are sitting back here and prophesying and judging for the gains of the people in power. Read on.
They gnaw not the bones till the morrow.
Bro, they said they gnaw not the bones to the morrow. Read on.
Her prophets are light and treacherous persons.
He says the prophets are light and treacherous persons.
They'll
flip on you on a dime, man. They'll flip on you for a dime, for a nickel.
So they prophesy for gain.
Yes, that's the point. That's in Micah 3:11. They prophesy for reward.
Yeah.
So I'm going to sit back here and I'm light-minded, so I have no integrity, no foundation. I'm a sway based on what I want and what I need out the deal.
That's an opportunist.
That's the point. The prophets are opportunists.
Yep.
The princes are bullies,
Yep.
and they're takers. And the prophets are just sitting back here going to flow with whoever's in power, flow based on what I need to get out
Whoever
the
has
deal.
the bigger bride.
Kinda. They're like Littlefinger out in the damn Game of Thrones. That guy that just kept swaying and politicking to get on top and get more power. That's literally what the prophets and judges are. Read on.
Her priests have polluted the sanctuary. They have done violence to the law.
He's telling you they don't respect the word. They don't have integrity. The prophets, the priests don't have integrity, and the prophets just sway for gain. Read on.
The just Lord is in the midst thereof. He will not do iniquity. Every morning doth he bring his judgment to light. He faileth not, but the unjust knoweth no shame.
And this is what's so hard. You got Nehemiah is trying to push righteousness, trying to push honor, trying to push doing things the right way. And he can't trust the intentions of the princes. He can't trust the intentions of the priests, the judges. He don't know. In his mind, everybody really is against him. They're just playing the role in front of him. And Nehemiah's trying to put this wall together and do all this, and he can't trust anybody that has the same intentions and heart he got. It's a very difficult set of circumstances he's experiencing. This is not easy at all. So now we got...
So I want to bring a point up on that too. And this is why it's so important. Ecclesiastes 37 and 12. 12 and 13 in the Apocrypha. This is why it's so important that you be careful on who you listen to, and who you allow to influence you. Read that.
Ecclesiastes chapter 37 and verse 12. But he continually...
It says, but be
continually with a godly man.
It says you got to always be with what?
With a godly man.
But when you hear the counsel from left field, you don't know if that counsel is sound. You don't know if that counsel is a setup. You don't know if that counsel has some manipulation in it, or it's a pitfall. He said, but the best security we have is to constantly be with who?
A godly man.
So somebody that what?
Whom thou knowest to keep the commandments of the Most High.
Because if you know you're counseling with godly men, at least you know these men have a conscience. And there's something that is a limit and a governor to wickedness within them. You know that there's a certain limitations that they're, as far as a line that they will not cross, or a limit that they won't go to see you fall. They have a restraint about them. They have a conscience about them. King James called the conscience. He says he calls it the deputy of the soul, like a sheriff. It keeps a person's in check. It keeps their judgment in check. It keeps their wickedness in check. So it's like a deputy. It bears rule over the soul. So he says if you keep yourself around or counseling with godly men, it's a level of protection because you know at least these men are not going to try to do you harm because they have a conscience. Read on.
Whose mind is according to thy mind.
He says whose mind is according to your mind. Nehemiah knew that prophet's mind was not according to his mind.
Yep.
He knew it. He perceived it. Read on.
And will sorrow with thee.
Go ahead.
If thou shalt miscarry.
And they said they're attached to your tragedies. They don't see joy on setting you up. There's no joy in watching you fall. Read on.
And let the counsel of thy own heart stand.
And even when you get counsels from godly men, you still gotta make certain decisions that are full of integrity, where the final decision is also yours too. Where Nehemiah, he got counsel from a prophet, a perceived prophet, to make a move, but at the last minute, and this is not, I'm not pulling the scripture so that men can become independent in counsel and not seek any counsel whatsoever. I got to follow my own counsel. No, that's not the purpose of saying this, is that you put yourself around godly men, but you still have to make the most spiritual sound decision when you're by yourself. He said what?
And let the counsel of thine own heart stand. For there is no man more faithful unto thee than it. Then
you got to have your own consciousness also. That means you have to have your conscience molded towards the Most High, so that way your own conscience don't sell you out.
Yeah.
Because your own counsel can sell you out also. If you're not anchored to a godly, resolute mentality, you can sell your own thoughts can sell you out as well. He said, but if you're tied to godly men and your conscience is godly, then that you have a more of an advantageous opportunity to be successful in a situation where you're walking in the unknown.
Yeah.
Where it's undetermined how this situation is going to play out. I don't know where I'm at. I don't know how this is going to turn out, but I got to be anchored around godly men, and my conscience also got to be anchored as well. And it gives you the best opportunity, like we're reading about now.
Now, what we're about to go back on, let's read verse 12 again in Nehemiah. Nehemiah 6 and 12.
Nehemiah chapter 6 and verse 12. And lo, I perceived that the Most High had not sent him, but that he pronounced this prophecy against me. For Tobiah and Sanballat had hired him.
Now, what it doesn't say is that they hired him to kill him. Okay, I want to make sure I'm clear with that. He wasn't hired to kill him, but he was hired to discredit him. This was the plan all along. So it was still a setup, and the plan was to get Nehemiah to compromise his belief and compromise his honor by going into the temple and breaking the law. We're going to read that in verse 13.
Which is character assassination.
That's the point.
That's
and using a prophet to justify making this bonehead move.
That's justification for assassination.
Time. And that's the one. And if he does that, it's just as good as killing him, because he can't lead the people no more. They're going to run him out. And they might stone him.
That's the hope.
The people might stone him.
That's the hope they have.
Read verse 13.
Verse 13. Therefore was he hired, that I should be afraid, and do so, and sin.
He was going to use fear that was in me to go make this move and stay in the temple, which was against the law. Get me to sin. Now I'll look bad and lose the trust and respect of the entire nation.
And it slows down progress.
Now it slows down. Now we're in a political tumult. Now we're sitting back here talking about getting this guy out. Let's get Nehemiah out. He ain't the leader for us. It's regime change.
Then you do after that?
It's Bangladesh. Where the head of the leader of Bangladesh is running in a damn chopper and getting the hell out of there, right? Yeah. And they're running him out the city. They're going to bring somebody else in there to establish order.
And it's just like what Job's wife told him. Curse the Most High and die.
Yeah.
And he said, woman, you speak as one of the foolish women.
Kinda.
Shall we not receive the good of the Most High and not the evil?
Mm-hmm.
You know, but even he was put in a situation where the person right next to him was trying to just say, go ahead and give it up. Go ahead and say, say what you're going to say against the Most High and just take it like a man. Take this death like a man. or whatever she was trying to get him to do, but she was trying to get him to forsake the Most High, and that's a critical this level of discernment. Job was known also for holding on to his integrity.
Yep. And we're here now, and Nehemiah's keeping his integrity, but the plot and the purpose was to have a fellow prophet or a prophet push him into making a mistake. Then he loses respect and he loses his position and power.
It was a fear-based mistake.
Kind of. Well, other people get caught off of lust-based mistakes, doubt-based mistakes, anger-based mistakes. When we get exploited, and then all of a sudden we lose the respect of the people. You know what I mean? So read verse 13 again.
Verse 13. Therefore was he hired, that I should be afraid, and do so, and sin, that they might have the matter for an evil report, that they might reproach me.
Now they can reproach me. Now they got the leverage. Now I'm honeypotted.
You're not clean now.
Now I'm going to get embarrassed. Now you're gonna defame me. Now I got to go and leave in shame, and now the city is exploited for all these ravenous wolves surrounding them. Read verse 14.
My power, think thou upon Tobiah and Sanballat.
So, read on.
According to these their works, and on the prophetess Noadiah.
What's messed up is there was other prophets in on the damn conspiracy. It wasn't just Shemaiah. It was Shemaiah and the prophetess Noadiah. Read on.
And the rest of the prophets that would have put me in fear.
So it was more than one prophet that was paid off, man.
Wow, it was bigger than what he thought.
It was a bunch of prophets that was getting money to sit back here and make me make mistakes and push me to carnal mistakes. But what did he do? Did he sit back here and say, I want these men dead. I want their families dead. I want people dead. No, he didn't sit back and do all that. He sat back here and sent his prayers up. Get prophets and prophetesses that are conspiring with these heads to break me. This is crazy, guy. And how can you trust at that point? All the prophets are bought and sold. The princes, half of them didn't want to work. You're going to read about some stuff in chapter 7 that was, matter of fact, the end of this chapter that's going to make him look at the princes like they were dirtbags too. You're like, man, I got the princes are against me. The prophets are against me. The prophetesses are against me. What the hell's going on?
He was truly a great man, though.
When he weathered, would it let you know how corrupt it was in Jerusalem, even with Ezra being there? That means that is blew past Ezra, bro. Once he got the temple going, sit your ass out there and make beats out. Just sit back here and read scriptures out. Yep. That's what they were saying, right? Just sit back here. Yeah. Make drums. Work on drums. He did the same thing to Ezra. Just sit back here and read scriptures. We're going to run this city how we want to run this city. Ezra didn't have the know-how and the ability to sit back and break and put these princes in order. There was a lot of governmental negative and power struggles going on at the top that was still in the city, ruining it.
This is why Israel fell in the first place.
And this is why he said, if any man desire the office of a bishop, he desired a good work. He said, but let that man be blameless. Yeah. That's why it's so important that you keep a blameless reputation as much as you possibly can, because people will manipulate a mistake, a quick hasty mistake or a quick hasty decision, and they'll use that for ammunition to reproach you. Mm-hmm. And that could have been, if Nehemiah wasn't blameless, that was an opportunity to use that mistake he made going into the temple as a matter of reproach. So this is why, there's a lot of things are lawful but not expedient. This is why, you got to look at, okay, well, things that I'm able to do lawfully is what you got to consider. What is it going to do to the people around me? What impact is it going to have for the people around me, to where even though I may be able to do something lawfully, but they may still come back and say, see, it's your fault. Because the more higher up you go in rank and position and leadership, the more people are going to be looking for stains, marks. They're going to be looking for flaws as to why not follow you, or why not do what you say, or why not trust you, because I see what you do. Yep. I see your mistake. You can't check a man. It's hard to check a man that has a laundry list of mistakes loaded against you, ready to fire off at you the minute you try to set them straight or get them on the right
The
path.
majority of men are trying to be collectors. They're secret collectors because as soon as they get checked, all of a sudden they have something to say.
I'm gonna say they got a minimum of 5. They got a minimum of 5 things that you did wrong that they never said anything about
Nothing.
until you were ready to put them in their place or to check them about their decision making. Then they say, well, what about this, this, and this, and this, and this? Men be having like 5 things based on what we've seen and heard. Men be having a list of at least 5 things that you do wrong, of why I shouldn't listen to what you're telling me right now, and believe what you're telling me is right. Because I've seen you do this, 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 and this, and this. A, B, C, and D, E, and F, G. I watched you make these mistakes. How the hell are you going to tell me what to do when you're guilty of this?
But they'll demand order.
But they'll demand order from other people.
It's a weird play. I don't understand it. I don't know if it's another way, bro. It's the flesh, I guess. It's off.
I don't know,
bro. Yeah.
I think it's just to me is when people want something. Is when they have non-spiritual motivations or insincere motivations in their office.
Well, yeah, I think also it's when people don't agree with the leadership, because you really see it when it's a matter of who should listen to who's qualified to listen to who. Even amongst a husband and a wife. If I see you make A, B, C, and D mistakes, you're not qualified to tell me what to do.
Yep.
So it exists a lot when it comes to rank.
Yeah.
When rank and position and authority and having power or decision-making ability over somebody, you see people use flaws as a weapon.
Yeah.
Or mistakes as a weapon. And that's why he says if you desire office of a bishop, he said you desire good work. He said, but the first thing he says is let that man be blameless. Because people will use anything to reproach you. So it's critical that you're conscious of your behavior at all costs. Like Nehemiah was.
Okay. So let's get back. Read verse 14 again.
Nehemiah chapter 6 and verse 14. My power, think thou upon Tobiah and Sanballat, according to these their works, and on the prophetess Noadiah, and the rest of the prophets.
The rest of those prophets that took the bribes. Read on.
That would have put me in fear.
Fear for my what? Fear for my life at that point. Because if he would have made the mistake and went to the temple, now they can put an accusation with the priest, and now they can try to get him stoned out. He was already afraid because of the conditions of them trying to kill him. He says, so now they would have put me in fear of my life. I would have had to ran by cover of darkness back to Shusha to get away from these and this angry mob.
And that's the goal.
Fueled by the prophets. Because all those prophets would have saw what Shemaiah had him do and say, see, Nehemiah's in the temple. That's against the law.
See that?
Well, I didn't sit back here and let that happen. This man needs to die.
He's on his own program.
Yep. He wants to be the king. He's sitting back here going to the temple of the Lord. This man needs to get stoned. That's the setup.
Yep.
But read verse 15.
Verse 15.
But he dodged it. And all he did was pray to the Most High that he deals with the culprits.
Yep.
He didn't sit back here and do any royal decrees or any criminal trials on these prophets. He let it slide. Because what was his job? To get these walls done. Nehemiah's job was not to sit back here like Trump says and drain the swamp.
Yeah.
The swamp needed to be drained out here. It was horrible. It was a bunch of corruption in Jerusalem. The swamp needed to get drained. And he wasn't there to do that. His job was to sit back here and build this wall, fortify these defenses, set them up, and get the hell out of here after that. Okay?
Defending yourself would have been a waste of time.
Kind of. Then they would have got all this political mumbo-jumbo, alphabet soup. This man, just let me do my job, finish this damn building, and that's what verse 15 says. Exactly. Read that again. Read verse 15.
Verse 15. So the wall was finished in the 20th and 5th day of the month Elul.
So by that time, he stayed focused, made sure all the walls, and all the walls were done already, but the fences were done and completed at this time.
The breaches. Mm-hmm.
The breaches were completed earlier, but now the fences were done by this time. He didn't let any of this stuff get in the way of construction. Read on.
In 50 and 2 days.
50 and 2 days, or 52 days, the wall was done, 8 feet thick, 40 feet high. Okay? 2.5 miles long. It's a great work in a short time. Read on.
And it came to pass that when all our enemies heard thereof, and all the heathen that were about us saw these things, they were much cast down in their own eyes.
Listen, Sanballat tried his best, and Tobiah tried their best, Doc, to break this thing down. It just didn't work. Read on.
For they perceived that this work was wrought of our power.
Exactly. You know, a lot of times, matter of fact, hold this verse. Read Acts chapter 5, verse 39 through 40. Once they realized that all their conniving and bribing and criminal activity didn't work, the Israelites, man, Moses wanted this to work. All of our crime stuff, our crime bosses didn't work. Maybe God wanted this to happen. Consis, read Acts chapter 5.
Ye cannot overthrow it.
Read on.
Lest happily ye be found even to fight against the Most High.
And that's the point. And that's what these nations were doing. They were fighting against the Most High. Everything they did just wasn't working.
Yeah.
It wasn't working. But this was the high priest telling Gamaliel was telling the other Pharisees, man, listen, you can try to stop these apostles all you want in this movement that they're using against us, but if it's of the Most High in Christ, nothing that you do is going to stop it. He was saying that about this in Acts, but you can take this same concept in Nehemiah. Everything they were doing to stop Nehemiah, it didn't stop anything. Read that again.
Acts chapter 5, verse 39. But if it be of the Most High, ye cannot overthrow it, lest happily ye be found even to fight against the Most High.
Mm-hmm.
And to him they agreed.
Matter of fact, verse 38 also, Salakia.
Acts chapter 5 and verse 38. And now I say unto you, refrain from these men, and let them alone. For if this counsel or this work be of men,
if it's about the carnal, read on.
it will come to naught.
Read on.
But if it be of the Most High, ye cannot overthrow it, lest happily ye be found even to fight against the Most High.
And that's the point. I don't need verse 30. It takes too much away from the point. But if it's for the Most High, there's nothing anybody can do to stop it. If it's not the Most High, it'll fade away. And earlier than I talked about certain men that tried to gather the people together and it failed. But he's telling them nothing that they were doing because Nehemiah's work was of the Most High was ever going to stick. And verse 16, they came to realization that all their tactics didn't work. Back off. You see, they backed off. They stopped doing meddling after it was already done.
Yep.
But that's negative. So they're going to keep going until the war is over. There's nothing to fight anymore.
When they ran out of strategies and tactics, it wasn't nothing else they could do.
And the wall was complete now.
Yeah.
The doors were put up. Everything was set. They went 52 days hard and heavy trying to stop this construction. And once everything was done, they saw like, it was the Most High then. Because we damn sure tried to stop this. And that's how the Most High works, though.
And the nations are going to try to stop Israel from being born as a nation.
Yeah.
And read Revelation chapter 12, how the dragon going to come down with great wrath upon the children of Israel.
Yeah.
Because they don't want to see us to be born as a nation.
Okay.
That's why Herod came against Christ when he was born.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and made sure to kill everybody from 2 years old, all the males 2 years old and under, because the nations never want to see us evolve and grow into a powerhouse, where the Most High is our focus, and we no longer eat out of the hands of the nations. Yep. They become, futile, useless at this point. They become what we don't need the nations anymore. We don't need your handouts. We don't need you for protection. We don't need your currency. We don't need anything from you. We don't need your laws. We don't need your education. We don't need none of these things from you. We're independent as a culture, as a nation, where the Most High is our ruler, and that. When the nations see that, they have a problem with that.
Gone.
Well,
so now let's read verse 17.
Nehemiah chapter 6 and verse 17. Moreover, in those days, the nobles
The nobles of Judah are the heads and the elites and the princes of the people. Right? Read on.
Moreover, in those days, the nobles of Judah sent many letters unto Tobiah, and the letters of Tobiah came unto them.
Listen, the entire time, the princes of Judah was giving Tobiah, the Ammonite, intel on the construction.
Wow.
Listen, we just read about Tobiah. Was one of the guys that paid Sanballat, the prophets, to try to kill Nehemiah. We just read Tobiah, verse 14. Read that real quick.
Verse 14. My power, think thou upon Tobiah and Sanballat, according to these their works.
Stop. Read Nehemiah 2 and 10 now.
Nehemiah chapter 2 and verse 10. Nehemiah chapter 2 and verse 10. When Sanballat and the Horonite and Tobiah the servant, the Ammonite.
So Tobiah has been here setting up intricate plots with Sanballat the entire time for this 52-day process.
Wow.
He's been against us the entire time, and the princes of our people are sending him letters about what's going on in the city for 52 days. These people, these princes, were never on Nehemiah's side. They trusted a foreigner above Nehemiah who only came to help the people out. That's how messed up it was. Why the class was called Snakes in the Grass. Because all the people were against this brother.
Well, that's what it is now with these boulets on a political level. You got Al Sharpton, you got Jesse Jackson, you got I think D.L. Hughley, but I'll just leave it at that.
YTL, man. There's a lot of comedians out there.
It's a demon out there. Yeah. But a lot of these spirits, they are talkers to the people, for the people. They're taking lots of bribes. They're taking strange stances at strange times.
Yeah.
That don't benefit the people.
Yeah.
And they're acting pro the people. Mm-hmm. They're dissemblers and actors, and they're used as steering mechanisms
rappers that way too.
Especially rappers.
Well, even Stephen Curry made a surprise visit on stage at the DNC.
There you go.
Yeah.
So they use whatever influence you have and admiration you have over the people, they're going to use it for political purposes.
Yep. They have a boss.
Yep.
And they answer somebody.
Because
they're not just smiling and I just love basketball. I just love to tell jokes. They're agents. These people are agents.
They're plants.
They're plants, agents of a political agenda. And we have to accept that's a reality. This is why you got to know the scriptures for yourself, know the Bible, and have trusted people that are spiritual and righteous. And it can't be about the flesh. Because these guys are motivated by the flesh. That's why they sell their people out.
Brother, why would these nobles be sending letters to Tobiah? It doesn't tell you why they were doing it. You just got to put two and two together. Why were they sending letters to Tobiah? Tobiah was giving them kickbacks out. Tobiah was giving them sweetheart deals somewhere out.
Yep.
There had to be a benefit.
There's promises.
And there were previous business connections they had, and it was probably sweetening the deal to get intel on what's going on with the city. This is crazy. These same princes are saying, we're down with you, Nehemiah, and setting up the walls. I know you're making and building walls to protect me and my family, but I'm going to still give these foreigners intel on what's going on with you. That's crazy. That's no loyalty at all. Bro, read verse 17 again.
Verse 17. Moreover, in those days, the nobles of Judah sent many letters unto Tobiah, and the letters of Tobiah came unto them.
Mm-hmm. So they were receiving letters from Tobiah, obviously instructions.
Yeah.
I need you to do this to slow construction down. I need you to do this to make things harder on Nehemiah. These are orders from intel inside, and they had agents inside. These princes were agents for the nations.
Damn. Same way in slavery.
Kinda.
Slavery is no different. In chattel slavery, you always see that one dude, hey, master, just so you know. They plan.
That's Samuel L. Jackson and Django out.
Listen, that dynamic was on every plantation.
Huh? God. And that's what's going on. We'll read on. But look at the reason. It's this the reason that's given, and there's more to it. But read this.
Verse 18. For there were many in Judah sworn unto him.
They were sworn to this guy. These guys were sworn to Tobiah. We'll read on.
Because he was the son-in-law of Shecaniah, the son of Arah.
So what he's saying is, because you married an Israel, you married a Judite, now we're going to let you in on all the affairs of Judah? Because that's all that's happening. Tobiah married a Judite. And the Judite woman that he married, her father was renowned and respected in the nation. And because her father was well known and respected, that means you tell this foreigner all the tea on what's going on in the city.
Yeah.
That's also
It lets you know how the Herodian dynasty got into Israel.
there. You got that's what's going.
And listen, because it lets you know how things start falling apart. If they're sitting back here, they're starting to treat Tobiah like an Israelite. But he's not. Just because he married an Israelite,
He one of us.
he's one of us.
Yeah.
And that's how Herod got in.
Yep.
Because their family line married in to the royal family, the last royal family of the Hasmonean dynasty.
Yep.
That's how it happened. They married into a Judite sister who was of the last Hasmonean dynasty that was a leader. Many years ago, I had a class about the first Hebrew princess. But I had to come back and retract it and realize it was 2 Hebrew princesses. And that last one, that lineage, she or the other person had to marry through the Herodian family. And he just took over the Hasmonean dynasty as if he was a Judite.
Yep.
But we're so quick. Just because he married a sister, now all of a sudden we support him. It's just like niggas with Bill Clinton. He just blow some horn. He like, he can slap that ass like us. I'll vote for Clinton.
Yep. He played the blues.
Because he played the blues. He blowing the horn on Arsenio. We're going to vote for him. It's the same stupidity.
And he liked to inhale.
Yeah, that was okay with that
No,
too.
he didn't inhale.
Yeah, right.
Because he one of us. He the closest thing we're gonna get to a black person.
And that's what they were saying back then. That's what they were saying that. What am I trying to say? This is how they infiltrated the nation. Infiltrated years later after intermarrying with one of our women, and all of a sudden, because we're so quick just to bring everybody in and accept us. You ever see that at the job? Jake can sit back here and spill all the tea about the boss. And then that Edomite will listen to you because you accept him. He'll go right to the boss and snitch on you. Mm-hmm. And you get your pink slip the next day. For those of y'all that have not known that, that's what Jake do. Jake at the job, he's yapping their mouth around Esau. And then Esau listen to it, laugh with you, talk about him too. But he go to the boss and snitch on you. Yeah, and take your job.
Take your job.
And you're sitting back here training your replacement all the time. But you that nigga, you go to their little groups, what they gonna do? They laughing in there, they see you, conversation stops. They ain't let you into nothing. And that is the truth. And if you listen, if you better believe me on that one. They won't say anything. Because they understand who their enemy is. They understand who not to trust and who not to divulge information to. Us, if you cool with me, I'm cool with you. I'll tell you everything. I'm just gonna be open. That's how we roll, right? If you're cool with us, you act like you're cool, we'll let you in. The nations don't do that. The only way the nations let you into their party is of what? You better do these drugs. You better do the negative that I'm doing. Or if you're doing the negative that I'm doing, then it's okay.
Or you're going to be the token individual that just meets the qualification to say that we celebrate inclusion and we bring the token guy in because we're not hateful, we don't despise, and the proof of it is this guy right here. He's the proof that we actually love you guys. And it's one guy in position.
Yep.
He's a token.
Huh. It's the token. Or if you're going to really get close to us, I got to see your corruption. You got to get corrupted in front of me, and then we'll accept you in it. Because we got to have leverage if you ever want out. And that's the truth also. So what's happening is we're reading in Nehemiah 6 how we're so quick to let the nations in just because they intermarry with us. Them kids are still nations. Them kids ain't Israelites. Them kids is Ammonites. And we let them in like everything's cool because a noble in Israel allowed his daughter to marry him. And he did that for political position of power too. Anyway, answer that, bro. I'm just going to finish this verse up, or we'll finish this verse and answer that question. You go up. Oops. No. I'm not trying to do that. I'm just trying to go up and scroll.
Why is it so paramount to keep our people down?
Oh, okay. What he's asking is why is it so important for these nations to keep us broken and weak? Well, I'm going to say this. They can't exploit us.
Yeah.
It's no different than, not that we're pro-African in this scenario, but why is it so important to keep Africans broken down and not allow them to like build up their manufacturing section of their country? Because if Africa can sit back here and take their natural resources, their cobalt, their lithium, all these resources and create manufacturing companies on their own, then they can sit back here and make a profit, get strong, and they're no longer in need of the white man to keep them going.
And it's the same reason why they didn't want to let us into swimming, why they didn't want to let us into boxing, why they didn't want to let us into baseball, why they didn't want to let us into football, why they want to let us into tennis, why they want to let us into golf, why they want to let us in the music businesses. That's why we had in the 60s you had to have some white guys on the cover of your record.
You ever see Five Heartbeats?
Yeah, there's some white guys on the cover.
Yes.
Because they don't want to let you in because they have to offset the scales of balance, because when we come into something, we dominate something. And there's a fear of us dominating whatever the arena that we step into is. That's why they have to isolate us. They have to redline us. They have to box us out. They have to utilize certain loopholes to maintain power. Because usually when we come into something, we take over something. And so because the Most High said, Israel is a peculiar treasure. So the Most High is going to put us in positions where they can't compete. And we outshine them in many ways on multiple levels. And so you let us in, then we take over.
And then the question is this. Once Israel gets strong, who's their direct neighbor up north? It's Sanballat and those Samaritans. In their mind, once they secure this, they're coming for us.
Yep.
And then once they secure the north, they're going to sit back and cover the east. What was the history when we read in the beginning of Ezra? When Cyrus's son was getting the letters from the surrounding nations complaining about once they get their temple together and they get their city in order, they're not going to listen, and they're going to try to dominate the region again like they used to.
Yep.
They're not pay taxes, but they're going to sit back here and be a threat to the entire region. So they want to sit back here and squash their threat, because they know once the city is ready, if they have a leader like Nehemiah that can't be bribed, that's the problem. They had a bunch of suckers that was taking bribes, so they kept the people subjugated. They can't control Nehemiah. Nehemiah is the threat. So because Nehemiah is the threat, he can sit back here and take us out. That was the issue.
And in modern terms, for those that are in that realm, Young Dolph, he was killed. He was killed by the cookie shop lady. He was set up by the cookie shop lady. She kept talking on the phone, trying to keep him there until the hitters came through and took him out.
That's new information for me. I didn't know.
But she was connected. She was connected to people that were adversarial. They went through.
She made a call and said he's here.
He's here, and she kept trying to bait him and talk to him. He went to the patronize the business. He's the quote king of his region. He went to go to patronize the business. She tried to hold him on the phone. They had put on the phone, and the hitters came through and lit him up, and he was all looking broken, and it was on camera. But these are just processes and passive methods that people do when they have, conflicting views and they're fighting for resources and reach.
Just as of yesterday, Michael Jackson's mother lost the right to not sell Michael Jackson's catalog, and
That's crazy. How come she can't keep the catalog?
yeah, because she said it would have more, it'd be worth more money over time than what it would be for the sale of it. So she'd been using little monies to stop the sale.
We're going to force you to
Yep,
sell? Because he had the
they did.
Beatles. He had the Beatles records too.
He had the Beatles catalog.
The master, I know.
He had the master of the Beatles.
So they got to force her to sell that too.
And guess who they sold it to?
Sony?
Sony.
I know.
The same ones that had it in the first
Yeah,
one that
place.
killed
yeah,
The ones that killed him. The ones that killed him, right?
The one that Prince had an issue with. Prince had an issue with Sony.
Yeah.
And this is why Prince.
How can you force the mama to sell? How can you force anybody to sell anything? That's crazy. No, they went through the law to do it.
Yeah.
Not strong arm.
Well, guess who the law is? Guess who they're related to? We can go there.
I know that. I mean, of course, but how can you legally get away with it? Is the crazy thing.
Yeah.
Unless they just keep stringing out these lawsuits and bankrupt you through the lawsuits.
But that's what they were doing, because she had to use some residual.
Then that's what it was.
She had to use a residual that she was making from his catalog in order
paying the
to
bills.
keep paying to stop the selling.
And that's the problem. They just waited her out
Yeah.
in litigation.
There was another
That's
family member
crazy.
that was in there
It was one of the sons that also said we need to stop her from using the money so that we can go ahead and move forward.
Cash out.
And cash out. Yeah.
Mike Tito out.
No.
I'm just messing.
It's one of Michael Jackson's
I'm just
sons.
messing.
It's one of them.
You know, me and my
Them
kids.
Tobias kind of individuals we read about now. He said we're gonna stop we need to stop her from using the money to stop the sale, so we can go ahead and move forward with the sale of this
That's
catalog.
crazy, yeah.
So now
So the problem was it was enemies from within.
it was from it was within the family that went ahead and authorized the sale. So now they just sold Michael Jackson's catalog for $600 million to Sony.
That was still lowball.
And it's worth
That's-
more than that.
That was a lowball number.
Lowball number.
That's crazy. Al.
Yeah, but and ironically, Prince was killed in front of his vault in his mansion with the vault open.
All his songs.
So now Prince has his family. He had no heirs. His family is overseen by a trust who make decisions on releasing his. We had over 500 songs ready to go in the vault, and they're going to release his music systematically, but they get all the royalties to it. Nobody wants to let us in. They don't want to let Michael Jackson in. Mm-hmm. They didn't want to let Prince in. They didn't want to let Bill Cosby in.
They want you to be continuously in a subservient position, because we could have had the music industry in the 30s and 40s, because there's guys that invented rock and roll, invented new sounds, invented new concepts for music, that when they invent concepts, even when it comes to invention, when they invent concepts, their children's children, the McCormicks, their children's children benefit off the works of their great-great-great-grandparents. We invent all kinds of things, and the kids don't have nothing, the grandkids don't have nothing, the great-great-grandkids don't have nothing.
Nope.
It's the same process you would think is...
Little Richard's broke, bro.
Yeah.
But Elvis Presley and his family is all good.
They're set up.
And Presley took Little Richard and guys like him. They took their music
The
and
sound,
took their style
the spirit,
and then copyrighted it out.
And that's what Michael Jackson dated Presley's daughter. That was an economic move.
Yeah.
Got them royalties.
Yep.
that's why Michael was smarter than people thought.
I know it was.
But they don't want to let you in, because they let you in, then you offset the power of balance. The balance
That's
of power.
power, yeah.
So they no longer can manipulate you. You're no longer subservient. You remain independent. They have to make sure. Even when we were slaves, they had to give us religion. They had to have their pastor on Sunday teach Bible class to us and teach a slave edition of the Bible, because they didn't want us to have our independent understanding of the scriptures.
But this is even happening during the time of Nehemiah. They let Ezra and the priests do their priestly thing, and they're still doing dirt amongst the princes.
Yep.
They're still doing these sideways deals amongst the nations. Let these guys kill their lambs. Let them kill their lambs. Let them send their prayers up. We're going to really move and shake and do deals and get paid. That's what's happening at this particular time.
Yep.
Let them do their prayer. Let Ezra do his priest thing. Let them scribe. Let them read scriptures. Let them teach people the law. But we run the whole city. And we getting the riches. We getting the money. We're going to sit back here and I'm gonna send my daughter off to this damn Ammonite guy, so I can get sweetheart deals down the line. And I'm gonna convince my other princes to do deals with him and say, trust me, my daughter's with him. She gonna advocate for us. You gonna compromise your bloodline just to make a deal, just to make money? This is what was happening. We did it then in the 400s BC, and we did it after the Hasmonean dynasty was tailing to the end. We just gave up our power, our political power, to the nations, but kept the spiritual system going. That's all that's happening now. The Bible system is going with the priesthood, but the princes are doing deals with the nations, and eventually the nations are running our city.
Selling out our people.
And they're controlling our city financially and monetarily. The nations picked up on it. Let these Jews sing and dance at the church. We're going to rob them. They understood that here. Let them have their priest work. Let them have their Bible stuff. We're going to rob them and exploit them financially.
Now, a lot of those that established churches, Baptist churches, all throughout Judea, I'm talking in America, a lot of these guys are Masons, bro. They have Masonic symbols on the foundations of the church. Yeah.
Bro, which means they have overlords, people they got to
They
serve.
have bosses.
So
You look at
that Prince Hall, what's it called? Prince Hall.
Prince
It's
Hall.
got us
Prince
right.
Hall is nothing in comparison to the big boys.
It's got us
33
right.
degree guys.
It's got us right in the Prince Hall.
Yeah, exactly.
You look at TLC, who had the #1 hit record in the nation, and they only made about 40,000 or 50,000 a piece.
Yeah.
That's a big time.
Back when CDs was $20 a piece.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not $5 tapes or
Right.
back when
Right about
CDs were $20 a piece
Yep.
for one CD. They had the highest grossing rate selling songs in the nation album, and they made 50,000.
And 2 record companies got their money off of them out.
Yep.
Pebbles got her money, and Jimmy Jam and them got that money out. They both of them took their money out, and they were dead slaves forever, right?
Jimmy Jam Joe?
Yes.
Wow.
They're the ones. Those LaFace records. There was a second group that signed them, but initially they didn't like Pebbles because she was the one that had them signed, so they wanted out the deal. But to get out the deal, you still got to pay the first one,
That's a game.
and then you got to go and get a second deal to have creative control. So they got creative control to make their music, but you got to pay 2 bosses now.
Yep.
It wasn't worth it.
So that they have to keep their hands in our pocket, and that keeps them fed financially.
Yeah.
So for us, they have to keep us in some type of slavery subservient position because it keeps them economically sound. It benefits them to keep us broke as a nation. He said the fall of them was the riches of the world.
Yeah.
Israel's fall
God.
made the whole world rich.
Yep.
Because of our fall.
So the key is to keep them fell.
Keep them in the low.
Keep them on the low so everybody else can stay on top.
Yep.
Let's finish this verse 18.
Like food stamps, right? That's some serving position.
God. Read verse 18 and 19.
Nehemiah chapter 6 and verse 18. For there were many in Judah sworn unto him, because he was the son-in-law of Shechaniah, the son of Arah.
That's crazy. That means they have more respect just because this guy married an Israelite. They're going to give their whole trust to this guy. Read on.
And his son Johanan had taken the daughter of Meshullam, the son of Berechiah.
Read on.
Also, they reported his good deeds before me.
So they were sitting back here. He says, also, these princes, were reporting his good deeds before me. They kept telling me how good Tobiah was. Man, Tobiah's a good guy. He's looking after us. He's always looked after us. But this guy, the whole time, wanted him dead.
He was a servant to Sanballat.
Khan. And they were both coming at him. Even though the Jews were like, man, he's good. That means that they were green. Were these guys green or just blinded by money?
They want a favor.
They were getting favors.
But a lot of people want an opportunity to come up in status.
Khan.
If I have a connection to the big house, I can come up in status.
Bro, it's crazy. And then they keep telling Nehemiah how good Tobiah is, and Tobiah is out to kill him. Read on.
And uttered my words to him. And Tobiah sent letters to put me in fear.
He said, but Tobiah is sending letters to these princes to put me in fear. Tobiah is smearing me while you guys are swearing on Tobiah. What kind of craziness is this?
You know, we don't know who to trust, and we're bad. What is it?
Connor.
What do you call it? Bad
Evaluators.
Bad judges of character.
Yes.
We're bad judges of character. We don't know who's. We accept the evil ones. We accept the wicked ones. And then we smear the ones that's actually doing us good.
Because the gain is good. Gain is righteous in all people's minds.
Gain is godliness.
Gain is godliness. That's why Tobiah is so good, because they're getting something from the deal. And Nehemiah is pushing suffering and dedication. I don't like this guy. I like Tobiah more than this guy. That's the insanity of our people.
We don't know how to pick friends.
Reading Nehemiah gives a lot of clarity on how bad we were as a nation, and how dysfunctional we really were.
As long as he tell me what I want to hear, he's cool.
Set aside the priesthood, which was corrupt. They were killing prophets at the temple. Separate that. And as Christ exposes that element of their corruption as we get to the Gospels. Nehemiah is just showing how the princes and just how they organized the civil aspect of the government was corrupt right here too. So we're corrupt civilly and corrupt spiritually in the priesthood. You know, Hannah?
I just thought it was interesting that I thought it was a lack of culture the reason why we were so easily accepting of people that didn't have best interests in mind. Like, if someone can play basketball, we had to accept them and the clique.
Yeah.
Well,
But it's not just, it's whoever can bring me a benefit.
Israel wants a benefit.
Listen, it's all about the deal. What can you give me to make me feel better about myself, or how can I come up? And if your presence can get me to come up, I'm going to do it.
We were like that with outside borders. Remember, we had borders in Israel, and we would go across the border, across the fringe, to do what? We would infringe ourselves. We would go across the border to go to get benefits from the nation. What they got out there? What resources can I get outside of Israel?
Listen, there's a reason that Israel is referred to what? We're referred to, Jacob was referred to as a what? Supplanter. Listen, and I talked to Brett about this, but when did was he blessed for being Jacob or Israel? He was a prince of power. When did that supplanting nature, he had to kill that supplanting taken nature to be that prince and to carry himself royally and spiritually, to fight spiritually. We're all born and come into this world as supplanters and takers and hustlers and trying to find angles and advantage for us.
Manipulators.
And manipulate. But when are we going to have to evolve and grow up and not make it about the come up and make it about having spiritual integrity? That's the difference from being Jake to being Israel.
Even they say that when Bad Boy was gonna connect with Death Row Records and connect with Rap-A-Lot Records and connect with Murder Inc. Records, that it was Jay-Z that sold out.
Yep.
Because they were gonna come together.
Yep.
They said, why are these outside people controlling our
distribution?
Culture?
It was distribution too.
And controlling the music that we make.
Yes.
We make the music. It's our story. Why don't we reap the benefits of it?
Yep.
So it was said that Jay-Z, because he's the one that ratted out the plan, he was the Tobiah.
He was the Tobiah.
Yeah, he's the one that ratted out the plan that they were all gonna come together and create a conglomerate of distribution.
Then these guys got income tax evasions, and
then Murder Inc. got dissolved.
Yep.
Because they said he was giving money to a known felon that just got out. All of a sudden, Death Row got dissolved.
Yep.
They started doing investigations on Rap-A-Lot.
Mm-hmm.
He went on his ranch and just disappeared. So it shows you how all it took was one rat.
And now there's no more black moguls out there.
Nope.
Now you got that guy Julian. What's that guy that funds Drake? What's that dude's name? Lucian. Lucian Grainge. You got Lucian Grainge. He's the one that's funding Sexy Red and all these whack rappers and all these whack industry folks. You have these Edomites now are running even the creative content of the rap game now.
Yep.
You don't even have Jake. Anybody pushing their own movement.
Offset this
because that's what Jake had in the 90s and the 2000s and earlier. They had creative control.
This is why music is diminishing.
Yes.
This is why the quality of music is diminishing. And
because these Edomites are actually in charge of the sound now. They're in charge of who's doing
the message.
The message, what's being rapped, what's being pushed. It's not even us anymore.
The dress code.
Yes.
You got to be half naked to be on stage in order to make it big.
Liar Cohen too.
Like Leo Cohen. Over in Def Jam, running Def Jam Records.
There's no more Jake running the music. It's no more. At least before Jake was just Esau was the financing and the backing, and they had Jake in charge of day-to-day development.
Yeah.
They don't even have that no more.
And the hypocritical freakness of it is you're dealing with the guy that snitched. He got 40/40 Club. He got brand deals. After that, because they always
he got the Rock Nation sports agreement.
Rock Nation sports
Yeah.
agreement. The funny part is, he's the guy that's gonna drop an album about y'all still nigga.
Yeah,
Rich
yeah,
nigga,
yeah.
poor
Yeah,
nigga,
yeah,
this
yeah.
and
You,
still nigga.
that's you.
Are you black OJ? Something okay.
Yeah.
Listen, all that you drop a pro black album,
But you're the snitch.
but you're the snitch.
Yeah.
That's the spirit of Israel.
And you talking about OJ Coonan. You're a coon.
Yeah, you're a coon. You're a king coon.
Yep.
He's a king coon, bro. And
And
this
he
is how
helped
he's
the downfall. All these guys,
Yeah.
Dame Dash, none of these guys, they have no position of power anymore.
And they live with a lot of shame. They live with a lot of shame and self-loathing. And they try to nurse their pain with materialism. But they're at the point now where the materialism, when you get as you age out, the materialism doesn't. The value of materialism cannot offset the pain of being a coward. They have to live with that cowardice. Just like in the movie 300, that dude with the shield that couldn't lift the shield up.
Yeah.
What's his name called? Diocles, something like that.
Bad back guy.
Huh?
That guy was like this.
Yeah, the Hunchback, bro. He couldn't lift, and that was a real character. It was a real story.
I know.
You know what? In the moment, it feels good to sell your people out because you're getting a benefit, but the benefit loses value. It ages out. You gotta live with yourself as a man.
Plus, you got to numb your conscience because you know your conscience is a witness to your evil.
Exactly.
It's like Judas. Judas couldn't live with himself, knowing that he sold out Christ. He said, "I take the money back. I sold out innocent blood."
Yeah.
Priest said, "We don't want that money. See to it to yourself.
Yeah.
That's dirty money. That's blood money."
Blood money.
He couldn't live with
The
himself.
same dude that destroyed the Black Panthers.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro. Like after
dude could
it
not
was
live with
after an
himself.
interview, man. After an interview he had out, he killed himself out by what he did.
Because he kept our people at a low level, and he knew he was a pivotal figure in that. Just like Jesse Jackson, who not Jesse Jackson, there was a guy that was on the Jesse Jackson was there when MLK got killed. They were having an argument about him wearing a tie. They're like, listen, man, you need to not wear this. You need to not wear a tie, or you need to wear this tie. Even one or the other. And the reason why is because the sniper's job was to shoot the guy that everybody's supposed to have a tie on and him not have a tie. Everybody was supposed to not have a tie, but he didn't have a tie. He needed to get extra visual confirmation who to shoot from that distance. So they were arguing about him wearing a tie. He's like, why are you tripping about this? The dude that set him up was giving a speech and had a Freudian slip. And he said, and so, in the middle of his speech, he said, so I got out the way so I can get a clear shot. He had a slip of speech. You look it up. He said, I got out the way so they could have a clear shot. So the people that were in the circle of MLK's circle, were dealing with Tobias also. All of them are dealing with Tobias. But we're just showing it's the same dynamic in music. It's the same dynamic with the affairs of politics. It's the same dynamic in the biblical affairs.
Because these princes and leaders want a piece of the pie, they'll sell out the nation.
People have interest.
They'll find an inside man.
Yeah.
They want
And
something.
you had this is how Herod and that whole family line got brought in. It's crazy, and we accepted them. Listen, I think we're gonna shut down class at that point. We finished the chapter. There's a lot there. There's a lot there to learn about how to put a group, a nation together, and how there's so many factors that you can't control that are going against the work. And we can't be so focused on neutralizing everything. Really more focused on staying the course, staying strong, staying pushed forward.
And the parties
Sellouts are gonna sell out.
Yeah.
Snitches are gonna snitch out.
Yeah.
This is what it is. Negative cats are gonna sit back and be negative.
Yeah.
We got to focus on our job, and
is
pray the Most High is there for us.
Scorners are gonna scorn.
Score's going to score now.
Kinda.
You can't stop that
You
one.
can't stop scorning. You can't stop hate. You can't stop envy. You can't stop opportunist. Can't.
Plants.
Plants. You can't stop plants. What we can stop is letting these outside guys come in that ain't Israelites. We can't do that. We can stop that.
True. And what we can also do is stop fighting each other within, because there's a lot of petty I look at the experience of people, and you can't enjoy the experience because there's too many petty tugs of war for things that are unnecessary.
Yep.
There are people who are fighting and making the experience of being Israelite, man, in their house or in a brother's house or around brothers. They're fighting over the pettiest, most childish, most light matters. When there's bigger things at stake than how you feel, your position, what somebody said, their tone of voice, what you didn't get. Come on, bro. This is why we need the Most High anyway. But this is why everybody should fight to make a positive experience for the next Israelite man, next Israelite woman. Fight to make it a good experience for everybody, bro, so we can enjoy being Israelites, bro. What? You're supposed to enjoy being Israelites.
And also, it shows you that we're not ready for self-government.
Exactly.
Because we're too polluted and too easily polluted in order to govern ourselves.
Right.
And this is why the Most High looks at us like sheep. We have to be led by a shepherd. Mm-hmm. And it's only by Christ that we can be led in a righteous manner.
Right.
Because if not, when you leave it up to ourselves, we'll do each other dirty and sell each other out. Even when it comes to the benefit of what all of us enjoy, to the enjoyment of the collective, we'll still destroy it by some simple vices that we never let go of.
Right.
And so only by way of Christ can we be led as a nation of people. That's why his position is so important, because we're no good for ourselves, really, truthfully. You know.
Okay, let's get this prayers up. Imagine we'll play out Yerusha Shalom.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send Michael and the righteous angels to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and make strong. People of Yasharallah. Also send unto us much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, and much love, spiritual power, and forgive all of our sins. Yahweh Shai, come quickly. For in thee is our hope. Always. And forever. Amen. Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Ahawah. Nathan.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Ahawah. Nathan.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Ahawah. Nathan.
Ha'ayin. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Ahawah. Nathan.
Shemad. Zayat.
Lamashat. Yasharallah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp.
Upon the harp.
With the solemn sound.
With the solemn sound.
For thou Yahweh.
For thou Yahweh.
Hast made me glad through thy work.
Hast made me glad through thy work.
I will triumph. In the works of thy hands.
In the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
How great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
When the wicked spring is the grass.
When the wicked spring is the grass.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou Yahweh.
But thou Yahweh.
Art most high forevermore.
Art most high forevermore.
For lo thy enemies.
For lo thine enemies.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
For lo thy enemies.
For lo thine enemies.
Shall perish.
Shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity
All the works of iniquity
shall be scattered.
shall be scattered.
But my horn shalt thou exalt,
But my horn shalt thou exalt,
like the horn of a unicorn.
like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine eye also shall see.
Mine eye also shall see.
My desire
My desire
on my enemies.
on mine enemies.
And my ears shall hear.
And mine ears shall hear.
My desire
My desire
of the wicked that rise up against me.
that rise up against me.
The wicked shall, the righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord
shall flourish in the courts of our power.
shall flourish in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing,
They shall be fat and flourishing,
to show that the Lord is upright.
to show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock,
He is my rock,
and there is no unrighteousness in him.
and there is no unrighteousness in him.
By Shem Yahushua.
By Shem Yahushua.
Psalms 133. Shayar,
Shayar,
Hamaawa,
Hamaawa,
Radawad,
Radawad,
Hana,
Hana,
Ma, Tawab,
Tawab,
Rama,
Rama,
Na'ayam,
Na'ayam,
Shabbat,
Shabbat,
Akim,
Akim,
Gum,
Gum,
Yachad,
Yachad,
Kashaman,
Kashaman,
Hatawab,
Hatawab,
Ayo,
Ayo,
Hara'ash,
Hara'ash,
Yerad,
Yerad,
Ayo,
Ayo,
Hazakwan,
Hazakwan,
Zakwan,
Zakwan,
Aharad,
Aharad,
Shayarad,
Shayarad,
Ayo,
Ayo,
Paya,
Paya,
Manawathiwa,
Manawathiwa,
Qatar,
Qatar,
Karamwan,
Karamwan,
Shayarad,
Shayarad,
Ayo,
Ayo,
Haroria,
Haroria,
Tazayawan,
Tazayawan,
Kayab,
Kayab,
Sham,
Sham,
Tazawah,
Tazawah,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Habaraka,
Habaraka,
Hayayam,
Hayayam,
Ay, Hawgalam,
Hawgalam,
Vashem Yahushua.
By Shem Yahushua. Psalms 133 in English. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life evermore. Amen.
Amen. Yahweh by Shem Yahushua.
Yahweh by Shem Yahushua.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
By Shem.
By Shem.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
Rakano.
Rakano.
Washralia.
Washralia.
Wabiat.
Wabiat.
Support.
Support.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
By Shem.
By Shem.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
Rakano.
Rakano.
Washralia.
Washralia.
Wabiat.
Wabiat.
Support. Yahweh. By Shem.
By Shem.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
Rakano.
Rakano.
Washralia.
Washralia.
Wabiat. Support. Yahweh. By Shem.
By Shem.
Yahushua. Rakano. Washralia. Wabiat. Support. Rakatay Yahweh.
Rakatay Yahweh.
Rakatay Yahushua.
Rakatay Yahushua.
Rakatay Yahweh.
Rakatay Yahweh.
Rakatay Yahushua.
Rakatay Yahushua.
All knowledge, all wisdom, all understanding, all mercy, all patience, all love, all power is from Yahweh. All power is from Yahweh. All power is from Yahweh. By Shem, Yahushua, the water, Miyat, Mud. Circle up.
Zooming out in the heavenly order. Yahweh, Wa'ashai, Wakasha, Alamim, Israel, Amadram, Barak,
Yahweh by Shem Yahushua Bakatam.
Kusha,
Kumisha, Kumisha, Kumisha.
Majamata, turn the face sisters, stand, Menamam, Sabat. Zooming out, the daughters of Zion, with Israel, Amadram, Barak,
Yahweh Shema Alatam by Shem Yahushua. Yes, what's up? Dismissed. Voila. So, out there, for tuning in. See y'all on Monday.